expect a few more people to be arriving. I very much doubt people came here from an industrial zone and they're not going to come and join us at some point. Could I ask who of you are from any level of government? Okay. Government's working hard somewhere else today. Okay, that's good news for us. That's good news. Okay, can I ask, and I think there are some colleagues, some people who just joined us from the first group that I asked. Who of you are representing consultancies in some sort of area of specialization in sustainability? There we have a hand, we have another hand, third hand. Okay, and excluding NCPC staff, research, academia, that kind of thing. Any RTOs in the room? Okay, we have a couple of hands. Okay, as you can see, this random talking actually does work, because the people who are arriving now haven't actually missed anything. But you all are firmly aware that the day has started. And we're not so serious. Sybil, is the ICC's safety officer on the way? She's going to go and bring them in. Okay. And yeah, I think I've run out of questions to ask you. So maybe what I will say is thank you, really thank you for coming on the second day. This day has got a lot more sustainability meat in it. So yesterday there was a great big, sort of a lot of focus on energy. And energy is important, and energy is the focus and the rationale behind one of the two projects that we are running here at the NCPC together with UNIDO. But you all know it doesn't stop there. We need to look at management, we need to look at broader resource use, we need to look at skills. And one of the themes that came out really strongly yesterday is we need to consider collaboration. And the eco-industrial parks model is very much dependent on strong collaboration between management, tenants, management, ownership, management, and the community that surrounds it. Otherwise, an industrial park cannot be truly sustainable. And it looks like the ICC is confident that we are safe, because I don't see them coming. But I'm not really allowed to start until they've done their safety briefing. It's part of the share requirements here. Sorry guys, I really thought you'd only be subjected to me for like 2 minutes. And I've stopped being interesting now. Okay, I'm going to go and find them. Okay, he's coming. Okay, so then let me quickly run through the program for the day. That'll probably be useful information. So all of the Eco-Industrial Parks program discussions are taking place in Ruby. So essentially we have one conference stream today, which will cover the plenary or the opening session. We will look at the 4 projects being implemented. Lehendo Reuters will introduce us to how all of these projects in the industrial spaces are going to work together over the next 4 to 6 years, depending on the life cycle of the project. And that will be followed then by UNIDO's International Standards for Industrial Parks. After tea, and that will be a short session. So when we break for tea, we've got 2 long sessions that follow this. So please, if you could enjoy your tea, but come back in on time. So this is the really short session, and then we'll break for tea. Then there will be 4 presentations in each of the 2 next sessions. The first session, between tea and lunch, will be led by the EIP experts. We'll talk about eco-industrial parks, modalities, tools, etc. And after lunch will be the shared stories of, or the shared experiences and case studies of 4 industrial areas. And so you don't want to miss that, because that's definitely for discussion. And then it'll be an early end. We're not going to keep you here till, 4, 5 o'clock. We're going to be finishing with afternoon tea. So, you're up.
Good morning. Welcome to the CSIR International Convention Centre. My name is Morgan Mahlangu. Sanitizing stations are located in the foyer and all around the building. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm, take only belongings that you can carry. Emergency procedure: walk in an orderly manner, do not run. Responders will lead us to an emergency exit, then to the assembly point. General information: restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signages. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Wi-Fi information: free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Select free CSIR ICC on your device and no password is required. Select free CSIR ICC on your device and no password is required. I thank you. Enjoy your time at the CSIR Convention Centre. Thank you.
Yes, you can clap. He does that so well. I always tell him he's my favorite. Okay, so just to reiterate, there is free Wi-Fi, and we would love you to share your thoughts on social media, especially on the LinkedIn platform, because we actually are streaming this onto our LinkedIn page. So cameramen at the back and here in front are recording what's taking place, so the sessions will be made available afterwards on our website, but they're also live streaming. So I'd like to extend a welcome to not just you in the room, but also to everyone who's joined us online. Please feel free to post questions, and Sybil, who is supporting me in the room today, will see those questions and will make sure that the speakers address your questions as well as those in the room. Everybody have a fruitful day, a productive day, and Lee, if you would come step up. Our first speaker, Lihendo Reuters, he is our Principal Project Manager responsible for all of these strategic initiatives, but he has a very long title: Strategy, Innovation, and something Manager. So Principal Project Manager for these initiatives is gonna be good today.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, colleagues. I'm sure after a full day with us, we can call everyone colleagues now. Not excluding those that came today for the first time. But good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us on our second day of the Sustainable Industrial Spaces Conference. So as Julie mentioned, I'll go through a few slides on a number of projects that we, as the NCPC, are currently implementing on targeting or focusing on industrial spaces in South Africa. And I'm sure we'll have some time for questions afterwards, so if there are questions, I'm happy to take some of those questions. So I think we have all been informed and we are all aware of the NCPC's mandate. We had our director yesterday covering the role of the NCPC, the mandate, and the focus that we have on RECP methodologies and how that links and supports our initiatives on industrial spaces. I think briefly we do want to emphasize that our mission and what we've learned over the past 20 plus years of being the leaders and custodians of RECP in industry is still to focus on reducing the impact on environment, developing sustainable practices, and supporting the economy's low carbon vision. So for us, and I think what we have been focusing on over the past six plus years, when we started implementing our activities on industrial spaces, starting off with the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program. We have, through the focus of resource efficient and cleaner production, started expanding our focus on the importance of industrial spaces. And as we have done over the past 20 plus years, the focus has been mainly around individual companies sitting within industrial areas or outside of industrial areas, but with industrial spaces, there is quite an important strategic focus that we want to capitalize on. And I think through our engagements yesterday, different presentations, the uniqueness of industrial spaces and the unique opportunities that it offers came through most of the conversations, the panel discussion and presentations. The strategic importance for NCPC, and I believe for everyone here, is still around using industrial spaces as catalysts for industrial innovation, using it as the potential drivers for low carbon circular manufacturing, creating jobs, creating economic growth, and supporting export competitiveness. Some of the global perspectives that we also keep in mind and consider is that industry, we believe and we understand, still has a big contribution to global CO2 emissions. Energy intensiveness of companies within industrial spaces, where they are co-located in clusters. That was the conversation and the focus of yesterday. Understanding the concentration of emissions is very important. And from a current focus of the World Economic Forum, there's about 35 clusters, industrial clusters, that's been identified across 11 countries and 5 regions that they are targeting to support with transitioning to be more resource efficient and also to decarbonize. And I put this picture up because you'll notice that there's no clusters from Africa in this particular picture. And currently we have the World Economic Forum actively trying to add clusters from Africa and South Africa on this map. So what makes industrial spaces powerful? Again, based on our conversations that we've had already, we've identified, and we're using this term of industrial spaces to really include a number of different types of industrial spaces, industrial parks, special economic zones, and industrial development zones that we are engaging with and that we're working with and that we identify across the country. Coming to the projects that we're working on, the NCPC has partnered with a number of funders and with UNIDO on 4, I think we can say, flagship projects within the industrial spaces. We started working on GIPP in 2021. This is a project that will be running over a number of years. We started then also on the SEED project funded by the Global Environment Facility. 2025, we are initiating or starting 2 new projects, one funded by the Flanders government on low carbon positive energy in industrial spaces. This is a project that was launched recently, and also the pending initiative on clean hydrogen that is also funded by the Global Environment Facility. So this is the current group of projects that we will be implementing, that we're currently implementing, and that we are looking forward to continue into the future in implementation within the industrial spaces. UNIDO is our key implementation partner in all of these initiatives. And, well, we'll hear from UNIDO afterwards on GIPP, but also we had some input yesterday on energy from our UNIDO colleague. And so this is quite an important partnership for the NCPC. We have been working with UNIDO over a number of years. We focused on industrial energy efficiency for quite a number of years in partnership with a number of funders. And this partnership has truly evolved into what we have now. And our 4 projects is quite, I think, an important part of how we see our relationship and our partnership with UNIDO evolving into the future. So what we've done and what we've shared up to now has really been a lot centered around the 2 projects that's currently in progress, that we're currently implementing, which is Sustainable Energy Systems for Urban Industrial Development. We call it SIR for short. So when we do talk about SIR, please know this is the long name for the project, and then Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, or GIPP, and these are the projects that we're currently actively implementing within the NCPC, with the other 2 projects only starting out and will come online and actively start operating in early 2026. The participating industrial hubs located across the country for both GIPP and SIR. As you'll see, there's also some of these industrial areas or spaces where both projects are currently operating in or functioning and supporting. And what we found is that not only is there a strong synergy between the energy activities that were started through GIPP, there's also a strong interaction and synergy between the different stakeholders, as SIR also targets a number of different stakeholders focusing on energy within the industrial spaces and the surrounding areas, communities, and also government, provincial, national, and local government stakeholders. And, well, we hope to see this map with more dots as we continue over the years, but this is where we've been concentrating a lot of the efforts of the 2 projects over the past few years. So I want to quickly touch on some of the activities of the projects. I will not go into too much detail on it, but to give you an idea of some of the focus areas, the components as we refer to it, and some of the outputs or project activities that we target and that is active within those industrial hubs that I've just showed on the map. With eco-industrial parks, and Klaus will go into a lot more detail around the eco-industrial parks concept. There's been a national focus on supporting industrial spaces to adopt the eco-industrial parks methodologies, the approaches that supports the transition of these industrial spaces to be more sustainable and addressing issues of social, economic, environment, and management aspects. The transition to a green economy through technical support, RECP assessments, identifying industrial synergies, capacity building, and also doing different stakeholder engagements is an important part of the project. The project has 2 distinct components, looking at the country level interventions, and of course this has been supported through different governance structures, project steering committee, different advisory structures, and project team that implements the different activities, project activities at the country level. This also feeds into the global component and global knowledge management, and these activities touches on different experiences, financing required, monitoring, and sharing knowledge that comes from our experiences at the project. I'll go through this very briefly, but ultimately this is to indicate how the project has, through the years, focused on pilot activities and pilot parks under the first phase. Project is currently in the second phase, the first year of the second phase, I should say. That also was quite an important year for the project to reflect on what happened in the first phase, but also to look at how, during the second phase, new industrial spaces can be supported through the project. In the case of the activities from phase 1, a number of studies took place during the year that will be shared at a later stage, that reflected on implementation that took place, and of course the lessons learned from these first phase activities. And this will continue to be supported through the second phase. Capacity building and awareness raising, again, underpins all of these activities. And in addition to the advisory services, the detailed technical assistance becomes an ongoing process when we identify, and as we've identified the different industrial spaces. Coming to the SEED project, this project, as I indicated, has started a bit later than the GIPP, but it's also positioned in such a way that it can take further a lot of the energy-focused activities that's been identified. Also, through the GIPP, we were quite, I think, quite fortunate to also support the industrial spaces with energy master plans. We had a presentation yesterday touching on energy master plans that was done with the idea of feeding into the activities of SEED, which targets integrated energy strategies to support the transformation of industrial spaces to be more sustainably, to focus more on sustainable energy infrastructure. And this was quite intentional and quite important activity because at the time, I think in partnership with the CSIR, at the time the CSIR Energy Centre had already engaged with a number of different industrial spaces on developing energy, that wasn't me, on different energy, doing energy master plans. So it was quite a natural synergy for us to continue with those energy master plans and to build on that so that we can benefit from those studies in the SEED project. The project objectives, again, within the context of energy targets, activities surrounding policy and regulatory environment, building stakeholder confidence, and this is really focusing on how do we include an active stakeholder base that supports the energy activities with industrial spaces. We've recently held a few extended stakeholder engagements where we are targeting not just the tenants of the industrial spaces and the management, but also the various energy stakeholders that supports the industrial spaces. So this is within the community, with ISCOM, with provincial government, national government, and other energy service providers. Again, financial and investment landscape is important. The project is particularly focused on supporting the industrial spaces that's participating on the project with financing linkages, supporting it with identifying projects that can be taken through a project preparation process and linking them with funders like the IDC and the DBSA, as we heard yesterday from the IDC presenter. Then, of course, monitoring and evaluation is an active part of it. I'm not going to go through details on the components. I think it's just important to highlight that through the different components, the thread of the project is to take an active stance on identifying the projects with multiple stakeholders, demonstration or pilot demonstration projects to be implemented within the duration of the project, and identifying scaling up opportunities, which basically includes having a project pipeline for a number of years to be implemented. The third project I want to briefly touch on is the Global Clean Hydrogen Program. It's funded by Jeff. On this project, we, as the NCPC, was also identified and selected as a national executing entity. But this we are doing in very strong collaboration with the CSIR Energy Centre. And not just the Energy Centre, but the CSIR as a whole, and with the CSIR extended team that deals with green hydrogen. And this covers a number of different research groups within the CSIR. And we have been working closely with them to identify a response plan to this project. This project is including a number of countries. Of course, we had the presentation from Thomas Roos yesterday on green hydrogen and the national landscape. And we will be using a lot of the expertise and the tools that's been developed already within the current green hydrogen national landscape from different stakeholders like GIZ, like the CSIR. There's also a number of different provinces within the country that's developing strategies around green hydrogen, again, with the support of the CSIR, and we will be taking this project or implementing this project built on a lot of the existing work that's been done. The activities, again, will be looking at policy, supporting specifically standards, development, national standards development, and aligning that to global standards. The focus on technical readiness specifically for project development is something that will be a core part of the project. Now, we've also picked up through existing activities in current industrial spaces like East London IDZ that have developed projects. There's a few other industrial spaces that also identified projects to be implemented. We heard yesterday from Thomas that the implementation of green hydrogen projects is even a struggle in the most advanced economies right now. So the issue of technical readiness is quite an important focus for the project, capacity building, as well as national coordination around current activities to support national projects. The gender inclusivity is one, I don't want to say special team, they are special, but we have a dedicated team and working group that will deal with gender inclusivity, and this will cut across all of the different projects. This is a requirement for all of the projects, and gender mainstreaming across the projects, across the activities within the industrial spaces will be a very important part of the implementation of these projects. So, of course, we have not gone through this without any challenges and barriers. A lot of these challenges and barriers we have picked up through our interactions through Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program and the SEED project. But we also heard yesterday there's a number of barriers to consider when we want to create or promote sustainable industrial spaces. I don't think any of these barriers are new to anyone, but we need to be very aware of these, and as we develop projects like we have now implemented, and as we're implementing, and as we go through different phases and different stages of these projects, the idea is to ensure that we incorporate all of these challenges and barriers within the national, taking from the national context of these projects. So the design of these projects, although it takes place within, I can say UNIDO offices, a lot of the design is also implemented by the local context that includes and incorporates the barriers. The recommendations, and we've received these recommendations from a number of different interactions, is really where we believe we can continue to make an impact as the NCPC. The collective impact and the collective focus of these projects, we believe will really make a huge difference. When we look at these projects within a collective and not just as separate initiatives, when we see the synergies and we find the linkages and we actively and intentionally pursue the different overlapping areas and synergies that comes out, we believe that this can be very impactful. A lot of this rests on collaboration, as we've indicated throughout the past 2 days. A lot of this focuses and rests on the access to finance, but also identifying the areas that goes beyond energy. I had a few interactions with some colleagues yesterday about water, asking about why are we not also looking at issues relating to water and technology, also looking at industrial symbiosis and synergies, and particularly looking at issues relating to waste to energy. But ultimately, one of the biggest comments and one of the most important comments that we've received up to now has been that we also have to start moving beyond the pilot implementation stage and pilot implementation focus, scaling up existing initiatives, identifying project pipelines that can be presented to financing, development finance institutions, and strengthening data collection is an important areas for us to strengthen and to take forward. So I'll leave you with these recommendations. I think these are also put forward with the idea of creating conversation and initiating discussions around how this can be done. Thank you. Okay. Any questions? I don't know how much time I have left or how much time is fine for time. Okay. Oh, Julie, please go ahead.
Yeah, I actually do have a question. You had a slide early on in the presentation about international industrial hubs. I just wondered, who identifies those? And first of all, is there a benefit to starting to lobby or get some of South Africa's industrial spaces on this map? I mean, are there benefits to that, or is it just a mapping exercise?
So that, thanks, Julie. That list and map was developed by the World Economic Forum. It is an initiative that they started to identify industrial hubs that wants to actively transform the industrial spaces to be more decarbonized and sustainable. So they have identified these parks or spaces. These spaces sign up to be part of the initiative. So the World Economic Forum do reach out, and they've done so with a number of industrial spaces in South Africa, a number of special economic zones that they've reached out to become part of this initiative. So they map it out, and they then get all of the targets that specific industrial space has for decarbonization, and they make that part of their targets. Yeah. I've got a question, and then the lady.
Thanks, Lee. I just wanted to ask you, from what I can see, you do have a heavy focus on the industrial space itself. But to what extent do you also consider the kind of spaces around it? Maybe thinking about spatial master planning, integration with the region and the areas surrounding. Because that could also possibly assist in finding solutions for further growth, etc., and also linkage to other opportunities surrounding. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a very important question. Thank you. We actually just very recently had, I think, last week we had a conversation with one of the metros about spatial planning, and their interest is on applying or using the EIP approach and the master planning approach of eco-industrial parks in a number of other industrial areas which are quite close to each other. So this immediately brought up the conversation around spatial planning, spatial development framework, and looking at the urban edges around these areas. So this is becoming quite important. We do incorporate this into the master planning approach of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program. So this is something that comes out through that process. But we have, I think, especially with the master plan development element, we do have the opportunity to really go into a lot more detail around the spatial elements and the spatial challenges that some of the metros and some of the industrial areas might have. So this is something that's coming up, and we will be able to signpost to the different experts on that. Chris, sorry, just lady then.
Yeah, thank you. I love the regional focus. Would there be a master plan focus, possibly, if you look regional, at something like the coal transformation and the dedication on the eMalahleni area? Because the coal closure is a reality of 2050, and that is a whole economic impact for transformation. And this is a critical factor for our country's economy as well. Would you be able to look at something like that? Because there's dire need for support.
Thank you. Yes, another important question. Yeah, I think we would be able to look at it with the right support and the right partnerships. Of course, we work closely with the CSIR in a number of these interventions. There's definitely opportunity for us to consider that. Right now, the master planning focus is really just on the actual industrial space. But as we look at that and as we look at planning that goes with that, the focus on the more broader areas are becoming important. So we have not looked at that specifically, but we can look at that and can consider that. I think it would maybe require a few more conversations and getting some idea of what's already happening and linking that to what, because a lot of what we do, and I think from the NCPC side, a lot of what we're doing is to support what exists and what's already happening and to really add value. So I think we can draw from what we have through these projects and try and develop something that can respond to what you are proposing.
Morning, thank you. So yeah, maybe just in terms of that spatial planning, we actually had a very large meeting in East London last week with national government from COGTA as well as our metro. And there is an initiative called One Plan, and it's a district development model. And I see we're being pushed, and there's a strong urge to align to this. How effective it is, it's a good idea, but it's been 6 years and they're still planning it. So I suppose the pace at which it's moving is a bit slow, but maybe this industrial space is aligning to, it is a very good idea, but maybe the industrial spaces could help fast track it a bit. But yeah, some thinking into how to create that alignment with these industrial spaces is quite important.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Now, thanks, Chris. I mean, that's an important link to make. I didn't speak much on the actual policy of you know, the DTIC in this instance. But yeah, there is that link that must be there. And we hope to add value and to support that process. Like you say, that is a national government process. We align what we do with that particular you know, process and can support it through the projects as best we can. And yeah, I think that's definitely the aim of what we want to do. Thanks, Chris, for raising that. Mama, I think you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you for an amazing presentation. Local government, in your barriers, you identified local government as a barrier. And we know that local government can be enabler, but currently it is more of a barrier than enabler, unless you're talking about metros. But when you look at a municipality like Maluta Pofung, where one of the projects is sitting, your project is sitting, you realize that the municipality is in such a disarray that it literally hampers what you want to achieve. So my recommendation to NCPC would be that we need to negotiate with Treasury and COGTA at national level to say to them that there is a gap in a policy formulation that takes away from local government in terms of implementation. It takes away that power and create an environment or a space or an institution that looks at the implementation of these things that we know are going to deal with mitigation on climate change, but also are going to deal with the economy and job creation. So if we want to achieve that, we've got to find a way of removing. We're not taking their power from local government. That we must be clear of. We are not saying they are not the custodians or responsible institution, but we're saying even though it is their responsibility, but the fact that they lack the capacity to actually deliver or create that enabling environment for these kinds of powerful projects to take place and flourish, can we create a policy that removes that and create an institution where you and the private sector, public-private partnership can happen seamlessly and become impactful? Because if we have to rely on local government, we know that private sector is not going to put their money in there because they're going to get frustrated that things are not moving. If you look at Maluta Pofung since 2022, I don't know how many times they've been changing coalitions, and we're going to get that chaos more and more and more for the next coming 10, maybe 20, 15, 20 years. We're going to have coalition government. We now have 400 registered organizations for local government elections. I mean, that's chaos. So we will never be able to get there until we pull out we create a policy that takes the implementation power away from the institution that is responsible and accountable but has no capacity, and it fails to understand its mandate. And then the country suffers. Yet there's institutions like NCPC with its partners, with its funders, UNIDO, you want to perform, you want to do these things. And the SMMEs are ready, but local government becomes a monster. So you need to really, really honestly, please, go to Treasury first, because Treasury, once it buys into that, COGTA will not give you a hard time and refuse to create that policy, and that will create that institution that is just outside as an implementer on behalf of local government. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, I mean, your comment has obviously covered everything that we experience. We definitely we see local government as a critical partner, but also in some cases they are, like you say, the implementing partner. They sometimes a support partner, depending on the industrial space that we deal with. So we do understand that there's also a lot of capacity building that should be targeting a local government, and that's some of the areas that we can work on. But your point is well taken, and I think the conversations that we've started having with SALGA, although through one of the projects, which is a seed, is something that can be looked at a lot extensively. And of course, with Treasury, we've worked closely in the GIPP with the CSP program that's in Treasury. And so we'll continue to do that and make sure we strengthen those partnerships. But thank you for your comment. One comment?
Thank you, and due respect to all previous speakers, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I tried very hard not to say anything, but sorry, Bernd. Yeah, I'm Dr. Deline Lowe. I'm from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, and at the moment I'm responsible for intergovernmental relations. I can't speak on behalf of other provinces, but it scares me when people talk about the DDM and all of these things as if they are loose-standing items somewhere in the air. And as far as local municipalities are concerned, I encourage my staff to read the Constitution at least once every 2 months. Because if you're in government and you're working for government and you don't know the Constitution and you don't know the IGR Framework Act, which is what all of your interventions is based on. Now in Gauteng, we review the one plans every year in line with the IDP of the municipalities. We also do our APPs in economic development in line with the IDPs of the municipalities, because it starts in the municipality. And we can't take power away from local government. In actual fact, provincial government is specifically there to support local government. And if local government does not have the capacity, your provincial government should send provincial officials to your local government to go and support them. We have 5 municipalities in Gauteng that were crying they don't have money for the review of their LED strategies. Through intergovernmental relations, we've just made it possible for all 5 of them to review their LED strategies. And by the way, we do a lot of EIP. And we've got 43 industrial parks in Gauteng, and all 43 of them are not close, even Wadeville, not close to being where you want them to be. So you need to look at your provincial government first, because their mandate is to support local government. So these 5 municipalities' LED strategies are going to be done for how much money? 0. You do not need money to develop an LED strategy. And all municipalities think that you need to go and appoint, and I know there's lots of consultants in this room, and I'm soon going to be one on the 1st of November. So you don't have to go and appoint somebody to do your LED strategy. It's province that needs to assist you to do your LED strategy. We were heavily involved with the economic strategies for City of Tshwane. We're currently involved with the City of Joburg's revised strategy. And we focus, when we get to them, on the industrial parks, because that's where jobs lie. So please, let us look at this EIP not as something that's existing out there in outer space and we need to go to the planetarium to see it. It should be contained within your IDPs. And if it's not, then your provincial departments are failing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. And I think we all support that approach. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to continue and support the different stakeholders at provincial government. And of course, our different stakeholders at local government. So thank you for your comments. Julie, thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, I think let's wake ourselves up by giving Lee a round of applause. There we go. Okay, I don't like deathly silence. It means usually it's either people are asleep or they're worried or scared or something. And we want you in a nice positive frame of mind for our next speaker, who stands between you and your tea break. So without any further ado, and I'm going to probably butcher your name, sorry, Klaus. Our next speaker is from UNIDO, the head office in Vienna. He comes over regularly to come and support our team to deliver the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program. Klaus Kurtu? I don't know. No, you're going to have to say it. Sorry.
Okay. I'll do it.
Thank you, Klaus.
We've done most of the introduction anyway, so it's good. It's just the name, right? Klaus Turco is my name. Very simple. I can all assure you. And it was great to hear from Lee also the NCPC's program, because he did.
I'm very short. Lee and I are short. Can you just adjust the microphone?
All right. Okay. That introduced also, I mean, just to see that NCPC is taking over the sort of the development of industrial spaces in many ways in South Africa, and that's a great thing to see, because when we started with the EIP, it was very much on a company level, company by company. And do not think that this does not take care of your small and medium-sized companies, even micro companies, because this whole universe you will find in these industrial spaces and industrial parks. So it's really catering. It's nice to see that this is happening. Also, thanks for introducing the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program, because that makes half of my introduction very easy. You remember the components of that Eco-Industrial Parks program. There was a slide which said that this is the sort of the policy component and the park level. And then there was this third component on global, which is supposed to be doing various things like sharing experiences within the program countries, and also working on standards. And that's what I'm going to talk with you about today. I hope I am. Yes, just to show you the countries that we have, because this has some relevance also to the experience I'm sharing. So those are the countries who have that nice little JAPE logo are the full-fledged countries in the program. South Africa, they're in good company with Colombia, Peru, Ukraine, Egypt, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And I can announce also that Morocco will be one of the next full countries. And then we have a smaller projects, introductions in a number of other countries on the map. I'm going the wrong way, right? So before I start to talk about the standards, I just wanted to check with you that we all are on the same page of what it means to transition to EIPs. And that is all based on what we call what is the International Framework for Eco-Industrial Parks. Is this something that everybody has heard about before? Because that's the sort of the pre-step of what we're going to talk about today, which is like what happens after, right, and the replication. So the EIP standard is a number of benchmarks which works in the 4 different categories of management, environment, social, and economic performance. And so there are these benchmarks, and what EIP parks do is that they are trying to fulfill these benchmarks, and this way sort of transitioning to an EIP. Now, the next question that an industrial park would then have that, okay, now we are transitioning. I mean, how are we going to be recognized by this transitioning? How can we use that as our part of communicating to either locally or internationally, or as a part of the business development, attracting more tenants, that we are indeed a notch better than maybe the average park in the country. And then comes in discussions and schemes that you have there EIP maturity models. I think Bernd Ellermann will talk a little bit more about those ideas here in South Africa. National standards, where you would have like a nationally determined way of standardification and certification, as well as international standards. I will talk a little bit more about all this in the next few minutes. But there is a kind of a consideration when if you think about international standards, national standards, it's really about how complicated it is to develop, what is it, the short-term, long-term scalability, and also for the country, is that what do you really want as a country, as a policy? Do you want to sort of lift up all the industrial parks to a certain better performing level? Or are you looking at being able to internationally sort of communicate your competitiveness or your readiness to be a part of international value chains? It becomes also that if you go for something which is international, it starts to become a bit more rigid, right? You cannot have, it's a bit like the international framework. It is serving everybody. And with national approaches, you can be a little bit more flexible to suit your local context. There is also the drivers of a national standard needs to be obviously national or local, and while you can then maybe piggyback on the international standards with some other processes. So we've been working in the JAPE program. This is the way I will pronounce you the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program, in 4 countries on national standards. And the 2 cases I'll talk a little bit more about will be Colombia, Vietnam, which are the furthest. And in Colombia, they really went through the formal, sort of the typical way of doing a national standard on any topic, any product, anything, where you worked on with the Institute of Technical Standards Certification, and then adopted really, it's an adopted standard, which now is in its phase of developing the detailed guidance for auditing so that it can be rolled out. What it also has there, it has levels. There's something what they call in transition, advanced and expert level parks, sort of showing different maturity, if you want. A somewhat different approach is done in Vietnam, where they have a government regulation on what is an EIP. This stands in the law, or at least in the regulatory package. And then they are enacting specific guidance, official circulars about how EIP is then being defined in Vietnam. In Indonesia, the approach has been somewhat different. They have an interministerial working group, 11 ministries, or I don't know how they manage coordinating all that, but this is what they do. And they have 44 benchmarks, which they are now testing. It's from the international framework of EIPs. It's also ESG type of indicators, as well as they have brought in some aspects of the digitalization, Industry 4.0, as a sort of a measurement of the advancement of the park. And interestingly enough, also the Ukraine has developed its own EIP standard. This is more linked also that they are, of course, in a very different situation than many other countries, unfortunately, where they are sort of rethinking and redirecting their whole industry. So they are in the process of developing, reconstructing their industrial base to be catering for other value chains. So for Colombia, I don't want to spend too much time, but you see here some of the drivers for the national standard. Maybe one of the things would be really that there is the need to acknowledge, also promote, it will become like a replication, a vehicle for replication for the country if you have a standard to move towards. Also for really being clear on what it means, have a consistency in interpretation of in the audit and so on. But also exploring new markets, using this, that the industrial parks, they need something to communicate, to attract new tenants and also be active in new markets. They did it I won't go through the steps, what they did, but they really sort of created a big alliance first under the national standard, and then they went through a number of iterations, more technical, and it takes some time to get through the process. What they did there, one of the things that they had to do, maybe just for those of you who've been working on the international EIP framework, what you have to do then, you cannot have any more these hairy indicators that we have in the framework, where you have a number of things to tick in, but then you just say yes or no, right? You need to start to move it into more granular, and this is what you get then, is that each of these indicators needs to have its separate line, and then it's yes or no, and that's maybe obvious, but you also see here. You see how they have used this grading of being a park in transition, advanced or expert park, that there are certain things that everybody needs to adhere to, and then there are certain things which you only need to do if you're advanced level or expert level. So that means that you can sort of get into the kind of the EIP recognition without adhering to everything, and that can be also then obviously linked to things like incentive schemes. Maybe I should go back there to incentive schemes. And on that, let me do some promotion, by the way. And those of you who've been a part of the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program's best practice series presentations, which we do globally. Very convenient time for South Africans. I think it's very early afternoon, because we need to cater for all the continents. And the next one will be on the 30th of October, and it will talk about incentives for EIP transition. Now, because what you can do then, whether you have a maturity model or whether you have a different grades or flavors of industrial EIPs, you can attach that to incentives from government, whether they're tax incentives, other type of incentives can be always discussed. But what is clear in a maturity model, or what sort of any sort of a model that you're thinking of, is that why are they there? They are, of course, for communications, these different grades, but they can also be used as a policy tools. Now I'm going in the wrong direction, right? Some of these benefits of EIP certification, what they found in Colombia, I think I will not stand on that slide. You can have a quick look at it, because I want to move to Vietnam. Now, Vietnam did somewhat different. They made this law, and they made that there are some minimum requirements for EIPs. And as you see here, the minimum requirements are then put on different stakeholders. So what they call there is the developer is the owner of the park, and there are certain requirements for the tenants. And some of these, this might look quite simple, but there's quite a number of challenges there also to ensure that there is enough of greenery in the park. For example, 25% is quite a lot. I can tell you that. So a lot of space not to be rented out or sold away. There is also requirements for the tenants when it comes to at least a fifth of them have gone through RSEP assessments. There are other specifics there. But I think that this is the minimum. And then when you move through the process of the whole indicator list, which they considered, it's a long and obviously a consultative process, but then they come to more and more granularity, and all this is then in this legislation and in these circulars, which are part of the decrees. Then, in addition to that, in order to make this happening, they need to have guidance at different levels, the templates for the park management owners to report whether they're adhering what they've done, also for the templates and all this covering the indicators, which and a system to have the actual certification. Another neat aspect that they developed in Vietnam is the EIP index. It's not so, what they've done is that they have sort of developed an index a little bit like the percentage adherence, if you want, of an EIP into the international EIP standard. But what they do is that they can do specific weighings on different indicators. And then you get sort of things you can sort of read on the park, whether how close they are indeed of adherence to. So these are the 23 indicators there in park management, social, environment, economy, and then they are given different weighings, and then you can check with the park where the park stands. This is one of the parks. It's called Amata. I don't know how good your geography is when it comes to Vietnam. Mine is sort of getting there, but this is in southern parts of close to Ho Chi Minh City, in a place called Bien Hoa, and they did then the testing there on these different indicators, and then they came to this EIP index of 0.6. I mean, you could say that's a 60% adherence, right? But there is a weighing to the system. And what they are then looking at, coming back to your maturity model or your grading here, they are then looking at certain sort of classification of the industrial parks, like, you know, what are the indicators that you're actually adhering to, different levels, and if you meet all of them, you are 100%, or your EIP index is 1. And then you're a gold park, and then you have a silver and bronze, and all this is different ways of classification. Of course, again, you can link it to incentives. Finally, international EIP standard development. That has been on the sort of the discussion among the partners who've been working on the international EIP framework. There were various routes that were considered, and I think that the one who then kind of got off first off the ground was IFC, the part of the World Bank Group, which worked with the private sector. And they took well, it's been a joint effort, actually, a discussion, that they really took the international EIP standard. Then in the discussions, it's been sort of the management part, the park management has been sort of mainstreamed across the different pillars on environment, social, and economics. And the way it works is that you have you have the 12 core indicators there on your right-hand side, but then there's a lot of different lines there to be ticked in. And they also, it's now divided into management and, if you want, performance. So you have the management policies and the implementation of that park management. Then you have the enabling infrastructure, and then actually its performance, which is measured. Now, what this enables, hopefully, is that you can then use this standard both for greenfield and brownfield developments of parks. So you can, of course, this is in the interest of IFC also to be there to finance industrial park development from the beginning. But that enables the part that you have your plans in place, and against those plans you can then get a kind of a preliminary certification, and then you can, once you've done your development, you can then get the full certification. It will work for any sort of, the intention at least, any sort of operating models of the industrial parks. And also it has a system of weighings in order to ensure that all the different aspects of EIP is taken into consideration. And it also builds on, it's the same group within the IFC that works on the EDGE standard, if you know the building standard. So they're also looking into integration of that sort of efficiency issues in the standard. There is a plan to pilot this from 2026 onwards, and that maybe the piloting phase takes a year, maybe a bit more than a year, then collect the ideas and then to have a full launch, then maybe 2027, 2028. And maybe there is also some, we can see how the GIPP program is going to interact with this, but that can potentially be a possibility to test also here in South Africa. As you see, we have worked on the national standards in many countries, and we don't want to go there and mess it up again, right, and with something new. So then South Africa could be a good candidate. That's more or less what I have now. A bit of promotion. Remember to go to jape.org. There you will find lessons learned from the whole program and the best practice series on incentives. 30th of October, you will all be signing up to that, right? And there is also the website. That's what I had. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Yes, please.
Thank you. We have an online question. It's from Ronald. How are the standards aligned with national strategies, policies, and regulations?
They are, and some of them are aligned. Their actual regulations in the countries. I mean, this is what happens. Also, is that in quite a number of countries there are EIP laws, right? It is enshrined in the regulations that the industrial spaces should be striving for to there. But in some countries, the standards are also as part of the decrees or their implementation, as in Vietnam, while in Colombia, you saw that that's as part of the standardification system of the country. So you have different ways of doing this. But I don't think that there is one clear answer, but they're all a part of the policies and the legislation in the country, so the countries have taken the step for EIP becoming the mainstreamed way for industrial parks. Please.
Klaus, I would like to just take you back to when you spoke about the different approaches from different countries in EIP. Now, I'd like to hear your views on the South African approach and how different is it compared to the rest of the countries that you presented on.
I think this is something I'm seeing you being one in the front rows when Bernd will start talking about, but I think that you have, they are in all countries, there are different types of parks, right? So you really need to see that you are developing it in a way that you get every space on board one way or the other. Then, so there might be maybe comparably more steps that you might want to take in South Africa, because there are smaller parks, maybe also things that has been somewhat neglected over the years. So you need to maybe to get some pre-steps there before you are really jumping into the sort of the more advanced parts of EIP. So that would be maybe my thinking, when I compare, say, South Africa with Vietnam. I don't know if you ever heard that 38% of the GDP of Vietnam is produced in industrial parks. I mean, it is like the new hub of manufacturing after China. China has complications with some of the trading partners. Yes, please.
Thank you, Klaus, for the really nice presentation. I just wanted to understand how has the EIP standard been adapted to kind of reflect the specific economic and environmental realities of industrial parks that are generally in the global south, and to what extent has that standard accounting for the differences in infrastructure quality, regulatory capacity, and informality in some of these developing countries?
Yeah. And yes, there is no one size fits all, right? You would have seen also from those couple of examples that were, and this is really a process of discussion in the countries to see that what are those specifics and how much, say, you have informal economic activity and so that sort of guides the discussion in the countries. It's not the same in any of the countries. And but the wider question there is, what we maybe touched upon there in one of the slides, is that what is your aim with standardification? Do you want to, would you like to ensure that there is a process, a kind of clear process for getting all ships floating, right? All the parks striving towards sustainability? Or would you like to use the standardification for being able to communicate with multinational companies that you actually have an industrial space or park which will fit everything that their market somewhere else might be requesting and requiring? And I think personally that there is, the first one is your national standard, which you can then adapt to your national requirements. The question is, how to do that? What is the scheme of certification or how you organize that? And then you can sort of, in a way, you can have some flexibility in the indicators. But I also think that there needs to be an international benchmark that you can say that, okay, good, Hennes and Mauritz, you want to do you have your demanding customers in Sweden who want to know this and that and blah, 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 before they buy the T-shirt. Now, you need also to cater to them to say that, okay, if your company takes care of the T-shirt, we take care of that it's being produced in an industrial park that caters, that is sustainable and in that way sort of caters for the needs that you might have for the space for the production.
It's a question from online from Andrea. Within the Kucha SEZ near Port Elizabeth, we find that the value of the biodiversity assets cannot be understated. Without clean air, access to clean water and open space, we lack the backbone of our ability to market the SEZ. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I think you should, of course, you can always build on that when you're marketing your space. You just also highlight and point those. But this is, of course, needs to be the sort of the other part of the package. What we are here trying to see that there would be like the standards in that package, and then after that you have your specific features, which might be logistics, which might be other type of things that you can bring to the attention and for making it more attractive. Thank you, madam.
Okay, so I encourage everybody to engage with all of these speakers during lunch, during tea, and even online later on. So we're going to break now for tea, but I'm going to ask everybody, before you rush to the food and the kettles, could you please join us on the steps of the ICC? We would like to take one group shot before we get caught up in conversations and snacks. And then we will resume here. Let me just check the time. The time is now 11 minutes past 10. We're running sort of 11 minutes late right now. So if we could please aim to start the next session as close to 10:30 as possible. So please, if you could all make your way in here, unless you are a member of the CSIR roundtable, which Lee is running, and you know who you are if you've been invited to that. We'll see you back here at 10:30. Thank you. See you on the steps.
Oh, you mean your Teams? No, I didn't.
Good.
Okay, you were saying, Mpumi says he says it's a fault, so he's also working on it, but he said I must give him your number. Hopefully it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to okay.
They said it is the opposite. This one is forward. This is backwards. That is it.
Yes, okay, let's start. Test, test, yes. Yeah. I get paid by the minute.
They're coming now. Okay, quickly find your seat. We're just about to start. Okay, the final man is in here and we shall start. All right, good morning everyone, and welcome to the 6th session of our Sustainable Industrial Spaces Conference. This session specifically will be focusing on improving the performance of industrial spaces through eco-industrial park approaches. My name is Henry Nwarinda. I'll be your host. I'll be hosting the session. And before we start, let's have some few housekeeping rules in place. I will have all the presenters, 4 of them, to come here and present and tell us their story. After their presentations, I will call them back in front here, and then they will be taking your questions. So please make sure that as they present, you note down your questions that you will be asking each of them, and then we have a very fruitful engagement. The session will be specifically looking at eco-industrial park tools and approaches, which shall be delivered by Dick from UNIDO. And then we shall also delve into EIP, Eco-Industrial Parks Maturity Model, that will be delivered by Ben Oleman. And then we shall go down and look at the challenges to EIP implementation that will be presented by J.C. Grading. I'll be introducing these ones as they go along. And the final part of this session will look at Eco-Industrial Park Skills Development Framework. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our first speaker, who is Dick van Beers, who is an international consultant supporting UNIDO and other developing agencies with the implementation of eco-industrial park approaches in multiple countries in Africa, Asia, South America, and he comes over with 25 years of experience in more than 30 countries, and his practical work and expertise covers a full spectrum of AIP approaches, including industrial parks planning, design, park management, industrial synergies, and resource efficiency. Dick, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Let me see how this thing works. Yes, okay, good. So I was given 20 minutes to tell a bit about the eco-industrial park tools. There are many, so just going to focus on selected ones and how is this all applicable to South Africa, given we are in this beautiful country. So the focus for today is actually on planning and design of new industrial parks, but also how can we optimize, revitalize existing industrial spaces as well, right? This is the South African context. First things first, in case you haven't known, again, I'm re-emphasizing, eco-industrial park is a business-driven approach to strengthen the competitiveness of industrial park. It's not only about environmentally friendly park, but really integrated approach, economic, environment, and social development. And the reason for saying this, because this is also apparent in the presentation when we do the planning. I would even say, even if you don't use the word eco-industrial park, doing proper planning of your industrial spaces is essential to be competitive in terms of how do you lower your economic environmental risk? Do you put actually your industries in the right location? How do you make sure your community can actually travel to the estate in the most efficient way? How do you actually develop the unique selling proposition for an industrial park? Why should they come to you and not to another competing industrial park in South Africa or elsewhere? This is the key message from this slide. It makes business sense to do proper planning of and design of industrial parks. As I said, there are 12 tools which are available through UNIDO, Eco-Industrial Parks Program. The web link you see in here, and it covers park planning, implementation support tools, but also more country-level tools in terms of policies and what parks you select, and monitoring tools as well. Quick raising hand to making sure everybody's awake. Who have seen some of these tools is aware of it? Raise your hand. Yeah, we actually, okay. Yeah, good. So 30%, don't do it statistically. At Rwanda, you raise 2 hands, so I'll count you for 2. So, in the next 80 minutes, I'll just focus on some of the park planning and design tools. So I'm not going to do all of them. Just for you to know, there are also tools for added value services, on industrial synergies, policy, access to finance. This is a topic for another day. Bernd, Henry, and the team, Klaus, we can tell you more about the other tools. So I'll focus on these ones here on the left. Site selection and feasibility. If you actually want to revitalize industrial space, is this actually site suitable to revitalize or develop a new one? This is the one here. And the color is actually in draft, it's not yet online, but I'm more than happy to share it as a working Excel file afterwards. But I'm just going to tell you the story. Concept planning, and this is all like, how do you optimize the spatial design? Where do you put your roads? What kind of industries? What kind of buffer zones do you need? And here, I'll go in detail. And the master plan is actually your business card, your operational manual for your industrial space. So I'll cover these 3 items. First things first, site selection. It's critical, critical, critical. If you want to develop a new park or revitalize an existing park, I'm still surprised in how many cases, like the municipality, I have a free piece of land, let's develop this into an industrial park, and then they hope that they are successful. You may be lucky, but we have seen many cases, I'm not talking about South Africa, but in many countries, where this has gone not so well. So there is a tool, actually we take you through some key steps. What even are the preconditions to actually establishing or revitalizing an industrial park in the region? What is the industrial development happening in this region? Do they need another industrial site? Then if you have a number of potential sites, because often you can choose one, please understand your sites. Water, electricity, transportation are the sensitive areas. I'm sure some of you will think, well, Dick, this all sounds so logical. Why are you even telling this? But we are telling you because we have seen it gone wrong in so many cases in here. But I would say step 3 is actually the most important step. This step actually will say, well, for the site that you have selected, does it meet the minimum criteria to actually have a successful site? Do you have access to reliable and competitive source of water in the short term? Is actually there demand from industry actually to go to this industrial zone? Talk to the industries here. Same for electricity, transportation. Like, can actually the goods come to the industrial zone? And there's an IFC standard of an average of 25 kilometers per hour. That's the average that you need to get. So this is step 3. And again, if you're interested in this topic, not all of you, I'm sure, come and see me and I will explain this tool to you to making sure that you have the right site in place. Because if you do not have the right site to revitalize, and you go ahead anyway, and we have seen it, I'm not going to mention any names, but you're wasting, or we are wasting a lot of money and time. If you do a master plan for a site which is not suitable anyway, waste of time. So critical, critical, critical in here. And this is also where we can also help you to make this right decision. Yeah. And if you then have multiple sites which are of interest, then you can actually see, okay, how do these sites then compare to each other in terms of cost, availability, getting the water there? Which one site is most of interest to different types of industry sectors? So this is the multi-criteria analysis. And of course, and we have seen this as well, if you do a site selection, do it together with the community, with the local municipality. Make sure that they are on board in here. So multi-stakeholder element is key. Normally, site selection, it's a one-day training course, but I just want to make you aware that this tool is available. Okay? Goes next. Feasibility, and this is also included in this tool. Often when we see feasibility assessment, it covers the technical infrastructure, some financial modeling, all good, right? But if you do a feasibility study for a new park or to revitalize an existing industrial space, these are elements that should be included. Of course, your site selection. But what is your objective and your unique selling proposition? This you need to define in here. We're still surprised if I ask an industrial park, what's your unique selling proposition? We were at Atlantis, they had a super clear value proposition. Very good. But other parks, they're really struggling. Yeah, we are suitable for manufacturing and we just hope they come. I'm not joking. But really, I welcome your views as well. Market demand, financial, but opportunity, impact and risk analysis, yes, they often include an economic risk analysis, but what are the community risks of actually the encroaching community? What are the impact of this? So having a broader view in here is very important. Yeah. And again, reach out to your stakeholders in part of the feasibility assessment. Who have you engaged with and what did they say and how can you actually work with them in here? I'm sure, again, it sounds very obvious, but please do this. And as part of the tool, what actually includes like a checklist. Have you done this, yes or no? Is there something missing? Is there practical examples where you can learn from? And then you can just see, okay, our feasibility assessment, we covered this, but we need to strengthen this. This is the added value of the tool. Okay? And there are some good practice examples. Everybody, I assume, will get a copy of the presentation from the NCPC, but if you click on these links, you can get an example from the US and from Canada and many other examples as well. Again, as Klaus said, and each industrial space is unique. We cannot copy and paste, and therefore also we cannot copy and paste any of these feasibility assessments. But these topics across the board are key for any industrial space you want to revitalize them. So think about it up front. Am I going too quick or are you still with us? Okay, because we don't want to. Okay. Concept planning. And concept planning is really, as I mentioned before, how can we optimize design of an existing park, a new park, or anywhere in between in terms of roads, clustering of industries. How can we optimize the risks? Because I've seen, it was actually in Australia, they put the cement mixing facility in the wrong location. This was 30 years ago. What happened now? The community is on their doorstep. They're complaining about the trucks moving past the doorsteps. Their laundry is getting dirty. They're complaining about the kids. But the amount of money they have to spend to deal with this, they're even threatening to close the cement plant during the time I was here. But our argument is, if you do proper concept planning, you actually think about all these things up front, because industrial zones are there for 30, 40 years, right? We're not just designing one company, we're designing almost like a whole new industrial development. So we have to have short-term focus, medium and long-term. This is key when we do the planning and design. Sounds very logical, but think about it in here, the buffer zones. So with the concept planning, it's a step-by-step approach. It's one of the tools. They say, okay, this is the situation at the moment in terms of existing industries, the community encroachment, these are the sensitive sites, etc. From what are the benchmarks of the international standards in terms of water recycling, etc., or SME development, and how can we incorporate this into the design? What are demands from the industry, right, in terms of what sectors are really actually likely to come? Not blue sky thinking, but realistically they could come. And anchor tenants, like say, these are larger industries or medium-sized industries which can attract further industries, like it could be a dairy, a large chemical facility, etc. Because they can attract other industries to supply chain synergies, byproduct synergies, shared services, etc. And what are synergy opportunities in terms of water recycling? And through concept planning, you allow synergy opportunities to happen over time. Will they all happen in 1 year time? The answer is no. But you don't want to shut down on a specific opportunity like water recycling, because you actually utilize the land, which is the service corridor between your industrial zone and the nearby water treatment plant. Right? Keep all the options open. Groundwater, seawater desalination in some cases, wastewater, potable water network, and how can you ensure this? Lack of a reliable and competitively priced water and energy is a showstopper of any industry. And concept planning helps you to integrate into your design. And then how can we actually cluster or optimize industries? And then we develop the concept plans. Yes, there is a tool for this, Excel file, but we never use it as an Excel file. It's always done in a very interactive workshop where we actually we have printouts on the wall, we get the key stakeholders on board, and we will take the industrial park through these steps. And one of the industrial zones where we did it was the East London Industrial Development Zone. And of course, I can tell a few things about it, but I think it's more valuable given we have Chris Esmaier here from the ELIZ. You have gone through this exercise. What is some of the added value, or what's your experience in applying this concept planning methodology? How did it help?
Yeah, thank you. So there was a master plan developed before the RDZ actually built its first building. But this was a very useful exercise because since that master plan took place, you update your master plan as often as you can. But this approach was quite nice because we talked a lot more about clustering and clustering like-minded companies as well as clustering of services. So that was very useful to see, where because often you get a tenant and they come and they have a look at your industrial space and they want their building there, but they don't think about all the realities of operating, and maybe you don't want them exactly there. There's a more suitable space. As an example, we looking at a call center, a very large call center. Do you want a call center in the middle of your industrial park? Because they usually run 24 hours a day. That's 3 shifts a day. You've got a large influx of people coming in and out. Do you want that in between trucks and, sort of operations of manufacturing nature? So it does help a lot in just opening up your eyes to sort of a broader picture. And this has also really helped us a lot in the expansion because we've got about 30% of our land left and we've activated the next expansion phase. And it does help you look at your pipeline of potential investors, where you want to place them, and then also starts guiding you in the next land parcels that you're looking to develop. And that encroachment is also very clever because communities, what we've experienced, you do get that encroachment onto your industrial space. So buffer zones and ways to manage that is also very important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. And again, normally we have a longer session on this. We just want to make you aware of it. If you want more, reach out to Chris, Bernd, Henry, and myself, and we're more than happy to spend lunch with you, or we can share email addresses. But we just want to make you aware of this. Because, and key thing is also, we applied it in South Africa, but we have been applying it in many other countries as well. And in South Africa, we also did it with Wadeville and with Eck Industria as well. So the methodology is applicable, but the local content is, of course, different. So, master planning, that's the last planning topic I will cover. Often, when we ask for industrial park, can you please show us your master plan? They open up a drawer, not always, like here, but 50%, depending. And then they show us a map, they say, this is our master plan. And often this map is outdated from 20 years ago as well. But key thing is, a master plan is more than just a map. It's same if you have a company with a quality management system, right? They also have a quality manual, short and sharp in here. I would see the master plan is the same. It's an operational manual that guides the successful planning and design and implementation of your industrial park. It's your business cards to your existing investors, to the municipalities, and new investors as well. There are different terminologies. We're not doing an academic presentation. Depending on where you are and how you call it, it's up to you. But you can call it the master plan, concept plan, structure plan, industrial park manual, fine. But the key thing is actually that you have something in here, what's included in a master plan. Again, many of the aspects from a feasibility study you take into your master plan, right? Unique selling proposition. What are your engineering maps? The results from the EIP concept planning. This is in here. What kind of industries would you like to attract and why? What's your investment strategy? And which industries are not suitable for your industrial zone? This is important for investors. If I would be an investor, I would also like to know, how do you minimize my risk as a company? Here. This is the purpose of the master plan. Very practical. As I said, it's really, normally it's about 50, 60-page document. And the details can go to in the annex. And what we found also, many industrial parks like IDZ and Atlantis, we did the exercise, they have many of these aspects over here. So then it's a matter of bundling it into an operational manual. So where do you go? Where are you now? And how are you going to get there? So this is really the focus of these things. We all want practical examples, right? So if you want a very detailed example, this is all available online. This is the Bodari Strategic Industry Area in Western Australia. When I was working at an engineering firm, used to work on this as part of the sustainability element, and we did the concept planning in here as well. Bodari is completely different than South Africa. 5 minutes? Good. But what is actually nice is practical examples and all the detailed studies, transportation, water management strategy, the concept planning in a different name is available in there as well. So just everybody, when you get a presentation, if you click on the web link, you can make yourself familiar with it in here. Still good? Yeah? Good. So, this is a practical example. So there is a tool available, same as concept planning, there's a master plan review tool available. And what it does, it actually, based on international examples, like say, do you have your risk management strategy per topic? It asks you, do you have it? Do you need to have it? And what are the gaps? So it provides you actually really like a gap analysis. And this is then, yeah, we call it industrial parks because I don't want to put any industrial parks on the spot in here. But it just helps you to understand what kind of documentation you already have for the master plan. Per topic, like introduction to the master plan, your overview, your risks, your engineering plan, your basic infrastructure description. And as you can see, this master plan review tool, we have done it with the East London IDZ as well. Chris may talk about it later on, but also with Lungisile from ICTB, we have done it. And also in Peru and in Ukraine, this is, given the situation there, they're already gearing up to actually develop new industrial parks in the western side of Ukraine. And now they're actually developing a master plans for these parks to also position them to attract investments in here. So this is the added value and the use of the master plan review tool. Yeah? So if you're interested, download it, make yourself familiar with it, and speak to us if you want more information. Yeah? That's all I can do as part of this session. If they would have given me 2 hours, I would go and open the tool, but I don't think that I can do it. Also, that's South Africa. There is a reference guide available for industrial park master planning in South Africa. It's available from the NCPC website. Yes, it's called industrial parks, but it's applicable to all types of industrial parks zones in South Africa. Government parks, special economic zones, industrial spaces, brownfield, greenfield. It's based on a process of continuous improvement, step by step, like plan, do, check, act. So it's a very practical model, but many references. We did it together with Bernd Uleman to say how does it link in with the local legislation, national legislation, the priorities of the DTIC, integrated development plan. So it's very South African specific. So if you're in the business of starting the journey of master planning, this would be a very useful reference guide. Yeah? And then you can also pick out the key topics which are of most interest to you. Now, and this aligns with the slide from Klaus, there's much more. Right? So if you go to the website from the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, but also the website of the National Cleaner Production, also GIZ, right? And IFC, they have many tools as well. Like say, find the right tools that actually you can use to make a difference and create a better industrial zones economically, environmentally, and socially. So the training courses are there, the information from all the tools are in there, some best practice examples are there. So there's a lot, but find what's relevant to you. I think that's my main key message to you to strengthen industrial zones in the country. And my memory, yes. So this is my last slide. And I understood from Henry that the questions will be at the end, if there are. But you can ask anytime. Or, over to you, Henry.
Is there anybody question right now? Thank you, Dick. You're on time. All right. Please take your seat. Let's follow the procedure we did. Take your seat. The other side here. Let's follow the procedure we agreed upon at the start. Please feel free also to pose a question or prepare a question for Chris Etma from East London IDZ when question time comes in. Let's move on. Our next speaker will be Mr. Ben Oleman. If you can begin to come closer. Mr. Ben Oleman will be talking to us about Eco-Industrial Parks maturity model, a model that he has been working strongly on for a couple of good months. Please come over. And Ben heads up the Eco-Industrial Parks program for South Africa, which he started in the DTIC to support the just transition for industry to circular economy. He has worked in sustainable industrial development for over 15 years, and he has extensive experience in the development of special economic zones and industrial spaces. His areas of expertise cover management, consulting, project and program management, stakeholder engagement, policy strategy, planning, and sustainability. But on a personal basis, to introduce him as well, he's a very passionate person about people and sustainable development, which is driven by the belief in the restoration of creation and every person to their original purpose and identity. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you, Ben.
Thank you. Okay, good. Okay. Thanks, Henry. I think everybody knows me anyway, so. Morning. Okay, so I'm going to try to be not too technical, okay? The moment you talk about a maturity model, I think it can be really technical. Klaus already gave you a bit of an overview of, standards and maturity models and the like. And I'll give you a bit of rationale why we're going in South Africa for a maturity model rather than a standard. Those of you who've been involved in standards development in South Africa will know that it takes a very long time. Okay, in fact, longer than an international standard. For various reasons, I'm not going to go into that, okay? So what we are trying to do is we're trying to first establish a voluntary model for a number of reasons, which I'm quickly going to get into. I think, first of all, and this was already alluded to, if an industrial space can claim to perform at a particular level, it makes it easier, first of all, to attract tenants, retain tenants and business, but then also engage with other stakeholders, okay? Because it becomes part of your branding. East London IDZ already does this with the ERP performance, okay? If you don't know this, they are the top performing eco-industrial park in South Africa at the moment, okay? I think secondly, and that kind of I already touched on, for an industrial space, if you want to improve, if you're on this journey of continuous improvement, it is useful to have a sense of how you are performing. But the question is, performing according to what? Okay, so if we have some kind of maturity model for South Africa, that effectively is a framework that says, okay, if you're at a certain level of development or growth in your journey, these are the kind of things that you need to focus on. Okay. Just briefly, and I don't think I put a slide in on this. So the maturity model is based on work that I've been doing over the last 15 to 20 years. It's based on work done by a whole range of international organizations, including UNIDO, the World Bank, and IFC. It's based on the DTIC's implementation of industrial parks and SEZs. There are masses of documents sitting behind this. Okay? I did not want to bore you because this is not an academic exercise. Okay? But please note that there's a lot of information that has been involved in compiling this, and what I'm presenting to you today is really what's the result of compiling a maturity model out of all the existing knowledge to date. Okay. Continuous improvement, of course, is very critical for industrial spaces. If you did not know this, let me just say it. Okay. An industrial park, SEZ, export promotion zone, free trade zone, call it what you want, all goes through a particular life cycle, very much like a human being. Okay, so when you're a little baby, you learn to walk. There's certain things that you need to do. But as you grow older and you mature, you start doing additional things and you can do more complex tasks. And then towards the end of your life, you start cutting back on some of those things. In industrial spaces, it's pretty much the same thing. And the trick is, if you have a space that's 40, 50 years old, you need to start thinking about what does the next life cycle look like. Okay, so this is really important. Reporting. South Africa is part of is a signatory to the Paris Agreement, okay, which means that we have nationally determined contributions, which we as a country have committed to. That translates to industry having to have certain targets in terms of emission reductions, for example. That needs to be reported, okay? So the idea of the maturity model is to assist that kind of reporting. Also assist ESG reporting, okay? Reporting in terms of the EIP framework, if you are, a key participant in the Eco-Industrial Park program. It contributes and assists you in reporting for all kinds of other reporting mechanisms. It's amazing, when we did this work, we found that there are so many different standards and reporting mechanisms out there that it becomes difficult for many entities to actually decide, well, which one do I follow? So ideally with the maturity model, we not want to give you an either or. We want to incorporate as much as we can that enables you then to say, well, if we collect this information, it means we can report on this, on this, on this, on this. SDGs is a good example, okay? Management processes. Again, a maturity model is based on the 4 pillars of the EIP framework, so social, economic, environmental, and operations and management. So obviously, management processes can be improved if you follow the maturity model. Okay. Then, of course, alignment and coordination, and Dick already alluded to this. Many industrial spaces do not have a fully formalized process of planning and implementation. If you're a special economic zone like Atlantis or East London IDZ, it's different, okay? They have teams of 20, 30, 40, maybe even more people. If you have an industrial park that's run by the FTC, and Tefo is here somewhere, 3-4, I don't see you, you're hiding, okay? I think he's next door. So FTC, for example, put out the Chaba has a very small team of 2 or 3 people, effectively, okay? How do you manage that space effectively? So the maturity model is intended to help you with that. And then lastly, it also guides you in terms of your thinking about partnerships and collaboration. Those of you who know me, you will know that I'm like a stuck record when it gets to this. There's no one single organization or person in the eco-industrial park space that knows everything. It's impossible. It's a systems approach, and by nature, a system requires a lot of different components. So it's all about partnerships and collaboration. Okay, enough about oh, I did put in a slide about some of the sources. That's just for reference. You will get the presentation, so I'm not going to stand still on this. Okay. Guiding principles. What we have developed is to try and support the DTIC and National Treasury's focus on industrialization in the country. Okay? So it's broader than just eco-industrial parks. And that's probably the first most important point I'd like to make today. Please understand that we're not only looking at eco-industrial parks. And Klaus alluded to this earlier as well. We want to try and cover all the industrial spaces in the country. And the interesting part of this is that many of them are at different stages of development, growth. Doesn't matter how you measure them, there's a very broad spectrum of all kinds of different configurations that are out there. So it makes it really difficult. So how do we engage with them? We put together a number of guiding principles, which are also in the DTIC policy framework, to try and guide how do we engage with each other and how do we approach the problem. All right? So again, I'm not going to stand still on this. This is just for reference so that you know that there's some kind of broader foundation underpinning all of this work. Now, let's talk about the eco-industrial parks maturity model. It is part of a framework or a roadmap, for lack of a better word, that will help us implement the maturity model. So the maturity model does not stand alone. And I'm sure this is quite obvious. Okay, so for you to implement a maturity model, you need to have training manuals to train people. You need to have checklists and templates and documents and processes for people that implement the maturity model to be able to use it properly. Okay, so all of these things need to be developed. Long term, of course, we also see that, you see the 5th one over there is talking about systems. Okay, so here we talk about IT-based systems, so something you can do on your iPad, for example, if you want to assess an eco-industrial park, all right? So all of these things come together as a framework of implementation. Today, I'm only going to talk really about the maturity model, okay? I have 1 or 2 more slides about this framework and what it looks like and how it's implemented. You will notice that there are a number of phases of implementation to implement the maturity model. They pretty much align to the framework itself, okay? So the first one is where we are at the moment. So collection of information about industrial spaces, mapping them. We've done mapping of a number of areas in the country. To try and get baseline data for, industrial spaces generically, so that we know whatever we address kind of makes sense, okay? Obviously, developing the framework itself, so that we can prepare for this, and developing a preliminary list of indicators based on all those sources I mentioned earlier, okay? And I'll touch on some of those indicators later. Then phase 2 really starts looking, and this will happen in the next year, and we'll have a number of engagements, I hope, with all of you, to share more about what the maturity model looks like, what the indicators are, how do you measure, what the kind of outcomes are that you are trying to target. Okay. I think what is crucial here to remember is that especially DTIC and National Treasury have a need to assess an application by an industrial space for support from government, whatever that support might be. The idea of the maturity model is to enable them to do that. And what we're currently doing is we're working with the City Support Program National Treasury, who will actually use this in the rollout of their 3rd phase of implementation. Phase 3 is then going to look, once we have the model, is then really look at fast-tracking the development of training material, all kinds of other content that you need to actually utilize the model, all right? So a manual, awareness documents, maybe a website or maybe something on LinkedIn or whatever that may be, okay? I think it's too early for me to jump ahead of that, but that's kind of where the thinking is at. And then phase 4 and 5, then really looks at how do we implement, okay? So how are we going to train people? We being collective. I'm not saying this is something NCPC will do. It might well be, but it might also be a different institution, okay? How do we certify? How do we verify, someone's level of maturity? And then, of course, 5th is really the digital platform development. It might happen sooner than later, but again, in the normal flow of things, this is typically the fifth step. Okay, let me continue. So, the maturity model, I think this might look very complicated. It is based very much on what the PMI, the Project Management Institute, has in terms of its knowledge areas worldwide. You will notice at the top we have the measurement areas, which are the environmental, social, economic, and operations or management areas. Okay, so 4 pillars. That is exactly what we have in the ERP model. And we decided to go that route, firstly because ESG reporting uses a very similar process. A lot of this can be utilized for reporting on SDGs, etc. Okay? The performance areas. So you will notice there are, I think, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, yeah. These were identified based on the characterization of what an industrial space is. Okay? So if you look at any industrial space, you should be able to identify these 9 performance areas in one way or another. Okay? And the more developed that space becomes, the more it does in each of these different aspects. Okay? Dick alluded to in his presentation about, a shared services tool, for example. Shared services really are a very strong characteristic of a fairly well-developed industrial space. If you're an industrial space that's greenfield and you only start out, typically you don't have too many value-added or shared services. Okay? That's just how it typically organically develops worldwide. All right? So again, I'm not going to stand still on each of these. There's definitely not enough time for that. Okay? But what I'd like you to take home from this is that for each of these performance areas, there are a number of indicators that correspond with those 4 pillars. Okay? Economic, social, environmental, and governance and operations. Right. At this stage, we still have too many indicators. So I hope that in the next year, when we engage with you, you will be able to help us reduce these. Because what we also don't want is make this really burdensome to implement. We want people to easily use it. Now, a bit more detail about this. There are 5 maturity levels at this stage. If you look at maturity models all over the world, and there are many in different disciplines, you typically find anything between 3 up to 21 maturity levels, okay? We thought 21 really is exorbitant. I don't think we need 21 levels for South Africa. I think to make it rather simple is to try and stay with 5, okay? And I had a comment in one of our recent engagements. I must actually turn it around. So level 1 is at the bottom, and level 5 is at the top. So don't let that confuse you. But level 1, really, what we want there is that any industrial space in the country, ideally, should start off as a level 1. Okay? Remember, this is not about just being an eco-industrial park. This is about any industrial space. And per definition, a baseline industrial space needs to have industrially zoned areas, okay? And it needs to house industry. But you will find that in many cases, especially the older ones, infrastructure is relatively in a poor state. Okay. Now, the second level really looks at an emerging one. So what you find here is that you might start having some kind of management entity becoming involved. Okay? It might still be a voluntary industry association. I'm looking at Sean here. So Wadeville Action Group in Wadeville is a group that's been put together by industry to manage the Wadeville industrial area. Okay? While most of, well, not most, but a large part of Wadeville in Ekurhuleni belongs to the city of Ekurhuleni. The city of Ekurhuleni has very limited resources to allocate to it. Okay? So what you need is that public-private partnership between industry and the city. And to make it easier and to streamline that, you obviously need some kind of entity. Because City of Ekurhuleni will not set up an entity to run Wadeville all by itself. Okay? That's just one model. There are many others. Then obviously level 3 is typically where we would find a certain level of maturity that's already in existence. Okay? So this industrial space now has a management entity. It provides a certain number of services. Okay? Again, it's not progressive, it's not innovative, it's not like it has everything in place, but there's quite a bit of engagement in the industrial space. Then the last two, level 4 and level 5, a level 4 typically is where we would like to see all industrial spaces in South Africa move towards, at least, okay, in the long term. So just remember, I did say this is a life cycle, okay? This is not something that happens in a year, all right? Because to establish some of these services and do some of these things takes time. And then level 5, of course, is really, it becomes a space like East London IDZ at this stage, and to a certain degree, one of our newcomers, Highveld Industrial Park in Atlantis, who already do things that are really pushing the boundary of what an industrial space looks like. Okay? Right. I put separate slides for each of these levels. Thanks, Henry. And I see Henry is giving me almost that I'm out of time. So I actually don't want to talk about each of these, but it will give you a sense that for each of those 9 performance areas, what are the kind of things that are present? And you will see at the level 1, there's very little. Okay? And we have to do that, because if we don't include the most basic industrial spaces in South Africa, we make it really difficult for them to progress to a level 2. And this is one of the key reasons why we're following a maturity model and not a standard in South Africa. A lot of management entities, people in municipalities, people in property development agencies and companies do not know how do they develop and grow that industrial space. So what we're doing in the maturity model is giving a clear guideline of how do you mature from a level 1 to a level 2. What are the things that you need to start focusing on? Okay, so please understand, if you had a standard, many people very often interpret it almost as being, vindictive or penalizing low performance. Okay, and that's not what we want. We want people to start thinking about, okay, I'm not there. What can I do to improve? Right? And this is crucial for the maturity model. All right? So it's not intended to be a criticism. It's intended to be a tool to enable you to take you to the next level. I'm going to skip these quickly. I just want to show you some of the indicators. Okay? So I did mention that we compiled indicators from a huge range of sources. Okay? And what we ended up with, first of all, if you look at economic indicators, are the following. And again, I'm sorry, there's no time to stand still on this, but I wanted to share this with you so that you start getting a sense of this. You will have copies of the presentations. So please engage with me afterwards. I will reach out, we will reach out to you in the next year to really fine-tune this model. Okay? But you will see there's a number of indicators on here, but there's a second set as well that still forms part of it. Okay? Too many. But the question is, DTIC is measuring some of these, CORTA is measuring some of these, DPME is measuring some of these, National Treasury is measuring some of these, from a national perspective. Okay? So how do you make sure that this aligns with where national government looks at things? Okay? So again, not going to stand still on this. If you look at social indicators, again, we have 2 slides of social indicators. Again, too many. In South Africa, the social component, especially for the surrounding community, is really crucial. I would argue more important than what the international ERP framework says. Okay? So how do we build that in? So there needs to be a very strong link between industrial spaces development and local economic development plans, integrated development plans, IDPs, STF, your spatial development frameworks, and all these tools that government has put in place. Okay? If we don't align, we risk, these industrial spaces really not developing, and in fact, regional development not happening as it should be. Okay? Just skipping to the next screen, you will see there's SMMEs as well. So SMMEs have to be part of this picture. They also feature under the economic one, so you'll see some of these actually feature in 2 or 3 performance areas. Okay? Environmental, again, too many indicators. All right? And I think this is part of the problem why some leaders of very large countries in the world say, climate change is a fad. Okay? It's a lot more complex than people think. Unfortunately, you cannot measure everything. So we started out with what we collected. Please help us reduce, again, these indicators to maybe what fits on one slide. Okay, Henry, I'm almost done. And then management and operations and governance. Again, number of indicators based on what we did in the DTIC. One of my claims to fame is that I wrote the SEZ guidelines for South Africa. A lot of that relates back to this. Okay, just simply because we know that most people don't know. Okay, and with that, thank you very much.
You bet me on time. Thank you for that. Ben, thank you once again. And please, based on what is presented, I think we would like to again hear from you. Please put some questions together as we get into that engagement session. We would like to modify this particular model and see how it can be much more practical to all our industrialists. Now, the next presenter will be JC Grading, who is from Auto AIH Consultant. I have the opportunity and the privilege to know who JC is, but briefly, he's a seasoned environmental logistics and project management specialist with over 32 years experience, and he has managed projects related to corridor program, economic infrastructure development, environmental management, automotive consulting and project implementation. And key to what he has been doing, he has been responsible for the program management of key provincial flagship program, such as the Maputo Development Corridor Program in South Africa, and also he did keenly participate in conducting Eco-Industrial Park Policy Review for South Africa under the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, and he is currently running projects in special economic zones, and also doing some extra work for Eco-Industrial Parks program for the NCPC. And happy to have you here. Please welcome Jesse Grading. Over to you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm just going to break a few rules. First of all, I'm going to, not like Klaus, give you some advertisement at the end. I'm just going to quickly tell you about us, very quickly and briefly, as a group, and then I'm going to, also I've got way too much information on the slides, but it will be made available to you, but I just want to talk to the key points. So just by introduction, I just want to mention that we as a group, it's quite interestingly, has been in existence for 20 years now. What makes us different is we're a consulting firm, but we're also operational. So we are consultants in economic development environment, in production environment, and so forth. Chris knows as well, and I think many other people have dealt with us before. And we are also tenants in industrial parks and SEZs. We are also producing products, and maybe just a very quick overview on the consulting side. And many of the things Baron touched on, you know, there's the economics behind the industrial zone. There is the human capital issues. There's the logistics issues. There's the plant and equipment, the building infrastructure requirements. We do consulting work in all of these fields. So we understand very clearly what an eco-industrial park requires, or what the eco-industrial park framework requires. We've been consulting in this environment for many, many years. But like I also said, we're also into operations. So we do production, logistics, contract assembly, and we do modification of vehicles, and we even assemble vehicles for OEM in South Africa. And from this point of view, we understand the intricacies of being in a park that either functions well or not function well, and how it affects your operations ultimately, and even some of the promises that's made of come to my park, you will get this, and then it doesn't happen. So that's enough. Maybe just quickly also, just like the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, we are working globally in our productions and consulting environment. We're currently in these countries. This is just a bit of overview of who we as a group. Now, so I recently got assigned to do a bit of research for the NCPC and the CSIR on component-wise eco-industrial park aspects, and then EIP policy mainstreaming. And the topic of my discussion today is supposed to be about what's hindering eco-industrial park implementation. Now, to get to that point, you need to understand what is component-wise eco-industrial park elements. And firstly, we looked at identifying those barriers within South Africa from a regulatory infrastructure and policy environment that hinder the implementation of eco-industrial parks. And we looked at specific elements like water, energy, land use, infrastructure, materials, and we engaged with some of the industrial parks, and we reviewed a huge amount of information and research and benchmarked information. Secondly, the part of the study was then to look at how do we do policy mainstreaming, because a lot of the problems is unfortunately still on the policy side that requires the next level of implementation of the eco-industrial park principles. So this was the assignment, and maybe just to quickly touch on some of the barriers we identified. So from a regulatory point of view, and this is funny that we actually did, Henry mentioned when he started me off as a presenter, he mentioned that in 2021, when the Eco-Industrial Park program really kicked off in South Africa, we did a review on the policy framework in South Africa and how that would accommodate eco-industrial park implementation. We've always had the best sets of environmental legislation across many countries in the world. And unfortunately, it's about the integration of all of that. And I think in and we got the NEMA then that came out and tried to consolidate some of that legislation. But there's always been a regulatory issue in terms of how do we apply, how do we integrate, and so forth. So from reviewing all the legislation again and looking at new legislation that's come into place since 2021, we all know that we now also have the NDCs that we need to report on because of the Paris Agreement, and there's a new act around that. But there's still a sort of a lack of a national vision for EIPs from a regulatory point of view. It is very fragmented across departments, and institutionally there's no coordination on real coordination. There's a lot of effort being put in, especially by Barend and the team at the NCPC, to have EIP roundtables and stuff like that, but there's still an uncoordinated effort in implementing the EIP vision. We found that when you go lower down into the lower levels, and it was mentioned by one of the people yesterday, is at municipal level, it's not aligned. The municipalities do whatever they want, and a lot of times there's a lot of when you want to implement, there's a lot of permitting complexity and delays in getting things done. And unfortunately, these things, then either people lose steam, or they don't want to implement EIP stuff because it's just too much effort and work. So going into the specifics on energy, the barriers that we found is on energy, there's restrictive regulations, and it's embedded in terms, especially in terms of energy distribution and generation. There's a lack of incentives currently for if you put in place the renewable energy solutions. And again, this is not what I say, this is what industry and documentation has been saying. On water, there's fragmented permitting and lack of water reuse regulations. The Act doesn't allow for certain things. The regulations don't allow for certain things. And there's a lack of resilience planning for water emergencies. We saw that there's big plans when there's no water in Cape Town, when we start drilling. And that was what we talked about yesterday. When you do a desalination plant for something else and you build enough capacity, there's resilience planning. Land use, there's misalignment between the land use planning and the EIP principles. Land use planning is not like the previous speaker said, we've got a piece of land, therefore we need to do an industrial development here. That's not land use planning. And there's a lack of natural capital valuation on land planning. On infrastructure side, there's no embedded enabling policy to ensure that shared infrastructure and utilities are put in place. It's very fragmented still, and there's a lack of hazard mitigation and emergency infrastructure planning. That's just from research that we've done. You can prove me wrong, or try and prove me wrong, but unfortunately these are barriers. And it's not to paint a negative picture, it's to try and find solutions to these. On materials management, there's a lack of technical constraints on especially waste reuse and industrial symbiosis. And there's a lack of measurement tools and performance standards, and that's maybe where the maturity model will play a big role. And there's limited capacity in waste classification and permitting for materials going out and in and out of these industrial environments. We also looked in the study not only at the legislation and the regulations, but we said, what are the practical barriers? And we found, and in the report there were practical barriers related to energy as an aspect of the component of the eco-industrial park implementation. There are practical barriers related to water, to land, and so forth. And these were all assessed to look at elimination strategies, is where I want to come to. And it was lumped, so we didn't go, the regulatory stuff needs to be addressed this way and the practical stuff needs to be addressed this way. Because if you touch on the regulatory issues, you touch on the practical issues that you find as well. And we said that one of the core areas that needs to be addressed is park management. It comes out again in the studies, and it was mentioned previously as one of the pillars. It comes out in the core area of environmental management. There were barriers and there's elimination strategies. I can't go into every one of the elimination strategies. And then we mentioned in the report what are the key references that we use to come up with these elimination strategies. I think it's a document that will be made available, And, we went through all the elements, like social elements as well. There's a low skill base, there's weak community relations, and there's lack of gender equality. And then what are the elimination strategies and what tools can be made is available, and key references are available. Economically similar. So we came up with elimination strategies for each of these barriers, which will hopefully feed into the maturity model, and how the maturity model and the maturity framework is going to adopt these as well. Then the second part of the study was to say, how do we mainstream this into policy? And we made recommendations again in terms of policy and regulation, how to mainstream the eco-industrial park stuff into policy and regulation. How do we mainstream planning and development frameworks so that eco-industrial parks can function more efficiently? And from a finance and investment perspective, similarly, I'm not going to go into every mainstreaming activity, but we looked at enterprise development and SMME development, because that's also a very key element of eco-industrial parks. Is you're bringing in new industries, and you're bringing in skills development, training centers, you're bringing in incubation centers, and how is this influenced by the current barriers? Digital platforms, we talked about using digital platforms. We're launching, we said, launched National EIP Observatory to track the ESG KPIs, and that is part of what the maturity model plans to do. Education and awareness, again, key to you need to address this in your mainstreaming of your policy to be able to implement. Okay. The eco-industrial park mainstream side involved the following key investigations. I think my slides have jumped around now. We wanted to identify what needed to be done. To mainstream the development and implementation. We identified the support programs, and we developed a matrix for criteria, and we identified topical guidelines, and we similarly also explored gender perspectives and equality issues. Something has gone wrong with the slides. I don't know what's happening. Now we're back at slides at criteria for incentives and support programs. Let me just see if I go back one, if it will go. No, the slides have got mixed up here. But we developed criteria for incentives and support programs, and I think this is also based on specific criteria that was identified from the analysis of the key barriers. Especially, and it speaks to specific elements of the, like we said, waste, water, and energy, and the facilities and material. And then we try to build in specific criteria and justification for those, and what tools can be used for the implementation of that. Data governance and transparency, innovation in digital systems, and gender and social inclusion recommendations were made. I seem to have lost a slide or two there during the transfer, unfortunately. But there, see, it's now right at the end. We start off with policy interventions, and then the circular economy industry implementation. See, now it's jumping again to environment and risks and safety. Supporting processes and documentation. This is what this is about. So we said that obviously supporting processes and documentation is required, because we talked from a documented perspective, as well as the stakeholder engagement. What is the guidelines? The National EIP framework will be the guideline. Interdepartmental SOPs will need to be created, and checklists will need to be put in place for policy to address the policy issues. From a circular economy point of view, we were talking about circular economy guides in industrial parks. There's templates for that, industrial symbiosis and opportunity mapping, and there's tools like the industrial symbiosis exchange platforms. These are all reference documents and research done on the barriers and how to overcome those barriers. I actually want to get to the last couple of slides. Again, we talked about gender equality and gender inclusion, and what the national policy framework says about that, what circular economy policies are in place, and what incentive frameworks are in place. And then final recommendations, and I think this is where it will come to fruition. So we said we need to incorporate the findings and recommendations into the development of the national EIP maturity model. We need to establish EIP coordinating units. I know this is a thing that's been spoken about previously as an EIP task team or an EIP PMU, and we said that this is something critical that needs to be put in place because of the uncoordinated efforts. We need to develop digital dashboards, and this was outflow from the previous discussion as well, that we need to start using technology to help us to see and visualize what is wrong. And we need to enforce the participation in current, and a lot of people say talk shops. It's not a talk shop, it's a forum where we exchange ideas and we exchange information. We need to promote the implementation of systems like ISO 14001, 5001 management systems, because that is the level 5 of your maturity model. That's when you really get there. We need to try and promote these things. We need to pilot clean energy and waste use recycling and circular systems at the park scale, not necessarily just at the tenant scale. And we need to use the G program for the circular economy assessment and retrofits of industrial parks. And we need to develop EIP guidelines for the curriculum at TVETs, because skills is still an issue. One of our other studies we did was to look at the skills issues, and that is a major issue that needs to be addressed. We need to develop and implement gender action plans, because there's still a lot of social inclusion that needs to take place. And we need to conduct park-level feasibility studies for industrial symbiosis. And this is at park level because, like Chris also said, some companies are here, some companies are there, they're not aligned, and some of the stuff that can be used inter-company, and there's industrial symbiosis opportunities, goes to waste because there's no planning. And we need to create business-to-business matchmaking and research and sharing of the R&D hubs. Then we need to develop and implement green funding incentives in industrial park upgrading. Again, incentives is a very sensitive issue because people think incentives is only fiscal, but in our report we also say that fiscal is not only fiscal incentives, there's other incentives as well. How do we mainstream? Recommendations on mainstreaming. We need to embed the indicators in the SEZ Act and other industrial acts. We know that the IDZ Act has fallen away, but we need to embed the EIP indicators into regulations and acts. We need to embed the EIP compliance within the design guidelines for the SEZs, and we need to use the master planning that was made available from UNIDO. How do we do master planning? Spatial development frameworks and integrated development plans were mentioned yesterday, how that is not aligned between provincial and national, local and provincial government level, and how that needs to take place in order to make EIP policy mainstreaming possible. We include EIP frameworks in new park feasibilities and designs, and we produce green investment facility for the changing of parks, because it will need money. And people always say there is money. Money is not the issue. It is the issue. We need to create a green EIP investment facility, and there is the tool to look at where we can get funding to go green, but to make it really work, it needs to happen at the DTIC, IDC, national government level. And then scoring, obviously, for infrastructure investments. Are you ready to move to the next level? And link performance to tax incentives. Tax incentives is always a very sensitive issue. SEZ said they're going to give us tax incentives. We set up our businesses there. It's not 5 minutes. It's not the SEZ that gives you the incentives, it's National Treasury. So the SEZ can't give you a tax incentive. So we need to make sure that EIP incentives comes from a solid base where there's a single entity that manages that. We need to embed compliance issues because currently that's one of the other issues. There's no regulatory enforcement. There's a lot of regulations, but there's no enforcement. And I can go through all of them. I think there's quite a lot of recommendations coming from this thing. Creating EI-compliant SMME supply database and matchmaking platforms. We find that there's still no linkages. We need to launch an observatory for the ESG disclosure frameworks that's currently out there, and we need to use smart technology, like I said, in pilot parks. Mainstream EIP approaches in university curricula as well, that is for town planning, engineering, environmental science, and so on, so that when the students go and actually start doing their town planning work and start working in the infrastructure development environment, they already understand the EIP principles. And we should use the resources available. We should use the SANEDIs, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment that's putting out the EIA regulations, NBI and all of those platforms to create more awareness. Final remarks maybe, and I think this is where I wanted to come through with the study that we did and what we identified as key barriers. There's currently in South Africa no formal EIP policy. There's not an industrial park policy out there that we can follow, and there's frameworks, but there's no formal policy. And that is something that sometimes hinders the access to funding, access to support, and so forth. There's no instruments for skills training, standard operating procedures, and strengthening of management of industrial parks in aspects such as zoning industrial parks and social aspects. When I'm saying policy instruments, I'm not talking about the tools that's developed, but there's no policy instruments. In order to achieve rectifying those issues, remember this was viewed very much from a regulatory point of view, and what is that hindering the industrial park implementation. We said it's very important to start creating a PMU or a task team that needs to be established. It is, however, essential that this is not duplicated. We find currently that the DTIC is trying to implement certain things, the NCPC is trying to implement things, the IDC is trying to implement some things. It needs to be centralized or it needs to be coordinated in a task team in order to unlock the opportunities that is currently being held back. The tools are there. The tools have been developed. We've got huge support internationally from the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, but we are still messing it up internally because we can't coordinate. And I think that's ultimately where I want to come to. What is the problems with us with implementing eco-industrial parks? It's our own processes that's a bit messed up. There's money, there's tools, but it's not regulated and it's not coordinated. And I think that's the final message. Don't want to be doom and gloom, I think, but this needs to be addressed in order to get to the next level. I do apologize for the slides that got mixed up there. And that's just our contact details. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you so much, JC. I think he's left for us a good food for thought in terms of the problems and the challenges and how we can go forward. I'm looking forward to your questions. And now we move down to the last and final presenter, who shall be taking us through Eco-Industrial Parks Skills Development Program. And this is for Lidila Garrett, who is a Managing Director and a Qualifications Development Facilitator at ATYM Inc. Please help me to welcome Ms. Garrett to come over here. Thank you. This is forward, this is backwards. Okay. So use the one below.
This is forward.
That is forward. Use that one.
Let me check the time first. Good morning, everybody. I was going to say I'm probably going to have to say good afternoon, but it's still morning. And normally at this time of the day, because I'm a facilitator, I'm a qualifications development facilitator. I'll explain what that is because people always ask me, what does that mean? But before I do that, normally in my presentation, before I start, and I work with lots of industries developing qualifications, and at this time of the day, people want to go for lunch, they're tired, they don't want to sit here and listen to people talk, and I tell them to do jumping jacks. And so in tea time, I said I was going to let everybody get up and let you stand up and do jumping jacks, but I'm not going to do that because the CSIR told me that they don't have a budget for anybody getting hurt doing jumping jacks, especially with these kind of chairs, so I'm not going to do that. But a laugh will do, so that's it. I run a company called Atom Incorporated. And let me skip the slide, we don't want to look at my name. And I'm not going to talk too much about the company, but I want to talk about my team because I'm a qualification development facilitator. This presentation looks beautifully done, not because of me, but because of my team. So we do everything we do together as a team, and I develop the qualifications, I speak to the industries. Atom has 2 qualification development facilitators under their belt. We've got cumulatively 50 years of experience in qualification development. And so do we develop occupational development qualifications for the NQF, for the National Qualifications Framework. And we've worked with industries like the mining sector, the MQA sector, MER-SETA for manufacturing, local government sector, food bev sector. I think we've worked with all sectors, and when we got tasked to do this report and to do an investigation for a skills development framework for the eco-industrial park, every single day I go into those industry meetings, I realize that we are not covering that enough. And I've started doing that, Bernd. Ever since I met you, I've started saying to everybody from foundry to mining, we must include green skills in our qualifications, and it's not being done. So this is part of how we get there and how it will impact on eco-industrial parks. The need for this skills development framework was identified through, obviously, investigation into what is required to grow, and to transform the eco-industrial parks. But also, a survey was done in skills gaps, and I think Econogistics, yes. They did the survey, and that survey was done in July 2024. And in that survey, it also identified which areas. So there's certain key areas that we need to look at to move forward into this transformation. And so, some of the guiding principles that we need to look at when we develop this framework is that we need to look at the guide, and I always, as a facilitator, I always start at the bottom. I say you must start at the bottom up, and that's how we grow the economy, not from the top down. And the reason I say that is because skills development is where we start, right at the bottom. And when we do that, we need to make sure that the learner wants to learn. They first want to learn. They potentially impact the productivity in their companies, and that's how you grow the company's productivity. The company grows in how they can impact on the economy. And this is why we always start with the guiding principles of the NQF. Why? Because the NQF was built to ensure that there's inclusivity, there's innovation, there's sustainability, and there's workplace competence. Because many a times qualifications, skills programs are developed based on academia, not on what the workplace needs. And then when you get the person into the company, the person is well educated, but you still have to train them. And these programs that I'm going to be speaking about is specifically talking about workplace competence. And we are going to be speaking about 3 different stakeholders here. These were also identified in that survey, by the way, JC. It's government, park management, and tenants. But here, I think our main aim is to talk about how we are going to impact, or how this framework should impact. My apologies, I think I've skipped. I think this is the same thing JC did. How this skills development framework will impact specifically park management and also the tenants. You know, government is government. There's lots of qualifications out there. Government is set in their ways. We've heard all the other speakers speak about the broader picture and how we must impact policies. So I'm not going to concentrate on that. I'm going to concentrate on more the human factor and how we start from the bottom up. And so in our report, you'll see that there's 123 programs identified. Out of that 123 programs, we had to look at what already existed, what was already out there in the environment, but also what needs to be developed. And you'll see that there's quite an extensive list of qualifications and skills programs that we kind of need to develop. When we did this identification, we used we categorized it based on existing, as I said, existing programs from NCPC, existing programs from accredited training providers in South Africa, also international providers, and then we classified that based on the necessary resources that was needed, the investment in time, the timeline it would take, and also obviously a budget. I have not included the budget in here. As I said, I only have 20 minutes to speak. We will also not see all the programs listed here, because otherwise I would have been like Baron, and we would have been sitting here for 2 hours with me going through my list. But there is an extensive report that I've submitted to NCPC, and they will share it with you when they're ready, or when it's finalized and the final touches has been added. So from the NCPC, we identified 25 skills programs or skill sets that includes you know, what they currently have and what they currently offer in the industry. Those programs leverage existing specialized expertise for training modules from the National Cleaner Production Centre. Then for other existing programs that was offered in South Africa and internationally, but a lot of these programs you'll see you can offer online, so that is why we looked at international providers as well. So there was 47 programs identified, which can be delivered from external, but also some of those programs also linked to what the NCPC does. We looked at universities, CETA accredited programs. We looked at financial modeling and compliance for those programs, so that to ensure that they fit into what industry needs now and is integrated. One of the key concepts that we must understand, the reason that people don't learn and there's no skills development in the workplace is because that skills development is not integrated. And so we looked at those kind of things to ensure that we are not just putting a beautiful list together and saying this is what the industry needs, the eco-industrial parks need to grow, but that it's also implementable and integratable into the workplace. So the 4 guiding principles that we looked at was demand-led. Qualification development in any field, whether it's on the NQF or off the NQF, and here we are speaking interchangeably, because some of these programs, I believe, can be linked onto the NQF, and so we have aligned those programs to the OFO, the Organizing Framework for Occupations, to ensure that when the learner does it, you can kind of tell him that there's a career pathway. They can be aligned, they can be recognized for the skills that they get for the training, and then the industry would have a demand-led program that the learner is interested in. It is integrated and impacts on their productivity, but is also still demand-led and is worthwhile for the company to implement. Then we had stakeholder collaboration. In everything we do, and especially me as a facilitator, quite a lot of what we do is we have to have stakeholder collaboration in. So this morning when I just started here, I said that I speak to industries, I develop qualifications with industry, not in isolation, but with industry. So a group of industry experts would come together and they would tell me, and I always say this, I'm the guide. I just put the program together, but the industry gives me the content to ensure that it creates a synergy between what they need and what the learner is being taught. Then obviously we can never forget about inclusivity. We need to ensure that we are talking about training opportunities that is accessible and segmented for the workplace. And it includes marginalized groups. And so when we started this process, we looked right at the bottom and in fact, Sheldon is my assistant, she's sitting over there. And I said to her, Sheldon, I want you to start and put a list together of who is the first person that impacts an eco-industrial park. And not just eco-industrial parks, any organization, any company, who's the first person, who is the lowest level person that you need to train and ensure that they are promoting training and they are productive, because that is how it grows. And this morning I heard one of the speakers speak about how this impacts on socioeconomic, value and growth in our industry. Skills development is the biggest socioeconomic platform in the country, because that is where growth starts. And so when we did this, we needed to ensure that we contribute, that the transition is contributed from the bottom up. And not from the top down. I have to tell you today, I sat here listening, and I always start from the bottom up, and every single speaker spoke from the top down. And I thought to myself, I'm going to have this discussion, and I'm going to be speaking about people, and the rest of the listeners in this room has been speaking about policies and documents and criteria. But as a facilitator, and especially for qualification development, career progression in one's life is very, very important, not just for the company that you belong to, but for yourself. And I always say this, I always tell my participants that I started out as a goldsmith. Career progression is a very, very strange thing. You can start out as a gardener, and you can end up as a horticulturalist because of the way South Africa's NQF is built. But the implementation, and this is one of the commonalities I've heard in all the speakers here, the implementation of what the plan is not always what is the follow-through at the end. It's the same with skills development. So when you develop a plan and a program, it's the implementation and the monitoring and evaluation at the end that makes it a quality product. And then obviously, because this is about eco-industrial parks, we can't forget sustainability, and we must consider the fact that these programs must speak to, and as I said before, most of the programs that I've developed over the last, I've been a facilitator since 1999, has had very little to no a green impact or any sustainability. Industry doesn't talk about that. In fact, a new thing on the NQF is soft skills, and so for our qualification development, we have to have 5 to 10% soft skills in there, and that already is difficult for industry to accept. So to tell them that they must now put in sustainability, environmental impact, and I'm talking about qualifications like foundry, mining, where they should be thinking of that. They aren't thinking of it. And so in sustainability, we need to ensure that we are looking at environmental impact, social impact, economic considerations. One of the key reasons why people that is already working is not going anywhere is because they don't have the time. They don't have the time because they must work for a family, so they cannot go and train for anything else. One of the reasons that I love our system, I'm very, very passionate about the NQF. In fact, Baron said to me many times, get away from the NQF. And I was like, no, we're staying with the NQF. Is because our system allows for somebody to go from a matric qualification or a grade 10 qualification and to become a goldsmith, like myself, because to be a tradesperson, you start at grade 9. And then you can become a goldsmith, you can become a trainer, because this is my progression in life. You can become an assessor, you become a developer of qualifications for your own industry, and eventually become a qualifications development facilitator. So now I've developed qualifications for the mining sector, mining qualifications, jewelry qualifications, food and beverage qualifications, many other qualifications from having a matric certificate. Working my way up there, because all that time, not once did I stop from working and went into skills development. And so that's the idea here, that we create something that we can have that's sustainable and that somebody can do and is integrated in their work environment. And that, you know, at the end, that will ensure long-term impact in productivity, in economic growth, in just transformation in its entirety. And now I'm not just talking about in eco-industrial parks, I'm also talking about the minute you teach a community and you grow a community, the economy grows. And so this framework, is that it? You see, I'm on my third slide. I've got 13 slides, Indri. I'm going to try my best. Okay, so in this framework, we've got 5 primary objectives. The one is to foster green jobs. It's to enhance eco-industrial park competitiveness, to support a just transition, to promote resource efficiency, and to strengthen collaboration. I'm going to try and encapsulate that in a few words, just to say that when we put this development framework together, we thought about the individual, so we started at the bottom, but when we ended up with the final product, it spoke to much more than just the individual, and it spoke to all the kind of principles and objectives that is required for transformation, not just in eco-industrial parks, but in South Africa, for that matter. Our methodology quickly is that we did a skills needs assessment, and that skills and needs assessment was based on what eco-industrial parks would need. We did a skills gap analysis and forecast what's the kind of skills is currently needed and future skills that eco-industrial parks would need. Technology is a fast-changing environment, so we needed to consider that. We needed to relate that to green technologies, or obviously sustainable practices and circular economy. Then we looked at curriculum development, which I am quite familiar with, having many years of that. So there's many ways to develop that, as long as you develop it within the industry, with the industry, and with your objectives in mind. Then we looked at training delivery and RPL, recognition of prior learning, and how you would implement the training, and how you would obviously integrate that in the work environment. And then obviously, and which I think is always the most important component, monitoring and evaluation, because if you don't monitor and evaluate correctly, because there's many ways to monitor and evaluate, then implementation does not have any impact. The development process, as I said, I've already spoken about this, and as Henry told me, I probably have 2 minutes left, Henry. I'm going to go through the 4 phases that we need to do this. There has to be an assessment done per eco-industrial park. You have to identify individual skills gaps with individual people. You then have to develop programs based on a group understanding of what every occupation needs. And as I said before, you need to relate that back to the organizing framework of occupations, just because that way you give the learner a kind of understanding of where they can go after they finish this program. Even if it's not on the NQF, they can still be recognized for those skills, especially if it's built into qualifications on the NQF. And then obviously delivery and evaluation. Key stakeholders that we have identified here is government and public agencies. And as I've heard today, and I'm not going to go through it again, but policy support and regulatory guidance. And I've also heard this today, and I have to tell you, it also happens in skills development. The policies doesn't always talk to the implementation, and sometimes two different policies will clash, and they completely hinder implementation. Then there has to be funding and financial initiatives. In South Africa, there's quite a few of that, but if it's not controlled properly and implemented properly, obviously it doesn't work. So there must be kind of a discussion about that. Strategic planning and coordination, data collection and dissemination from the government, EIP management and tenants should identify the skills needs. That's why the gap in the skills needs analysis needs to happen. On-the-job training opportunities must be offered by tenant companies, and so there must be some kind of promotion or marketing done for that. Co-financing for training programs, if possible, from companies. I do know that some companies do that because they're incentivized by government to do it, and so that should happen. Promoting green practices, obviously always, especially in eco-industrial parks. Here, training and education practitioners is needed to develop the curricula according to a set standard, program delivery, and then research and innovation. Labor and community. In our qualification development, we always try to include labor because that is the point where most of these programs go wrong, is because labor has not been included from the get-go, and at the end, they will not accept it. Ensuring inclusivity for everybody, community engagement in those programs, and promoting, obviously, a just transition in that process. I'm going to leave the impact assessment. It is in the report, so I'm not going to speak too much about it. But some of the things that we need to consider, and we had considered with this, is the fact that with the growth and the more productive nature of Henry, you're not making me any quicker. With the productiveness of your members, there will be economic competitiveness, companies will grow, and there will be financial de-risking. These de-risking measures can be, it's very measurable once you have the program in place and you can see and you have that first pilot program running. This will obviously increase green economy and environmental resilience. One of the things that I said to Sheldon that this forum has taught me today, and that we actually didn't include, and I said to her, is that we need to speak about the Environmental Management Act, because as a goldsmith, we learn about the NEMA Act, but it's only today that I realized why we needed to know about the NEMA Act. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development, that's self-explanatory. That happens with growth in the environment. And this, just in conclusion, the development framework is critical important to unlock the full potential of eco-industrial parks by systematically addressing the evolving skills requirements for green industries. This framework serves as a key enabler for sustainable industrial development, fostering economic growth, and creating green jobs. Because what happens when you train? Your productivity gets better, your company grows, and you employ. So skills development is always an employment tool. I'm going to stop there because I think Henry's about to drag me off the stage.
Thank you so much, Garrett. Next time we'll have to make sure we put you number 1 on the agenda when you come to present for us here. All right, don't sit actually, please. Can I invite you back in front, and all the other presenters, please come in front. And for the audience, you've been listening attentively. I want to see those hands coming up, and we only have 15 minutes to go to lunch, but I can make some adjustments to see if we can delay a little bit. Please come over, have a seat, and make sure your speakers are active as I begin to count to look for the hands up from the audience. Who is number 1, and number 2, and number 3? The first 3 questions. To any of the speakers. No, lunchtime is 12:30. I have 15 minutes to go. The first question. Please put on that, go ahead, put on that speaker and shoot.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the speakers. I'd kind of had a comment and prepared a question to all the speakers for fairness, if you may allow me. To the first speaker, you spoke of the planning and the design of the eco-industrial parks, the plans that are supposed to be in place. The question to you will be, how participatory are these processes or the tools that you intend to apply? And my next question to Bernard, I listened to you carefully when you were trying to propose for the introduction of the mature model, but you did not, even your rationale did not criticize the standard model. And finally, when you're giving about the criticism of, I thought of the indicators you have, the economic indicators or the social indicators, I thought you're critiquing the maturity model. But clearly enough, I didn't see the justification as to why should we abandon the standard model. To the third speaker who spoke, your last comment where you did mention, or your last slide, you did mention that there's practically nothing in place. How I would have wished that slide would have come before the recommendation slide, because in your recommendations, it was, especially with the mainstreaming of EIP policy and practices, it was so much expanded, I nearly asked myself, why don't we, if we already have all these expanded recommendations, we are overhauling all the system. But now your last slide says that there is a lot of things are not happening. But you see now the burden is to you that prove it. Show us that it's not happening. And then to the last speaker, very impressive that you have realized that green skills are necessary. But you also mentioned that the approach is bottom up. So if the urgent need is to ensure that all of us here are skilled or compliant with regards to green skills, do you think bottom up will achieve that target? Thank you.
Okay. These are sent to 3 speakers. Can I take one last question? We first answer these ones quickly. Okay. Okay, go for them.
So I will go first. As shown with all the examples on the slide, and as also highlighted by Chris Admire, you apply all these tools with all your key relevant stakeholders with the industrial park. Then we did the concept planning also with ICTB. We got the municipality on board, some of the key tenant companies. So these are Excel tools, but in no way they are applied only by one person. Every time in Vietnam, in South Africa, you identify which key stakeholders are key to make master planning, concept planning, site selection, which are key for success, and you need to get them involved. And this is an integrated part of all these methodologies. So without having the municipality on board, you cannot do update the concept plan. So this is a key. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Second one.
I think, so there's a lot of stuff listed in that, and I actually found the slide that was missing, so apologies, but it will be made available through the pack. So the main concept that I'm trying to put through is that there's all of those aspects that stimulate EIP implementation, or that's barriers to EIP implementation. There are documents on how to manage that, but it's not a centralized mainstream document. So there's guidelines on this, there's guidelines on that, there's a policy on this, and there's a policy on that, or a regulation on this and a regulation on that. And they all belong to different, and unfortunately I couldn't present the whole study, but if you look at the the introduction part of the study, it actually also breaks down what each state department does in South Africa and how those don't overlap. And, well, overlap, but they don't overlap. And they don't speak to one another. So it goes into what is the responsibility of every state department, what regulations, what laws do they have, and what bylaws do they have. But the problem is when you want to implement EIP principles, these things are not aligned. And we need to sort of bring it together because there's so much out there. And I think that's also what's making it very difficult for implementation. And why the maturity model also lists, I mean, Barron also listed some of the reference documentation for the maturity model. Those are reference documentation, but we don't have a single document we can go to say, this is how you implement an eco-industrial park. It's all over the show. And that's what we try to get to say, not a single policy tells you how to do this. There's many tools. There's lots of tools, and it links to the skills element as well, when we did the skills assessment. Some people know what to do in certain fields, but you can't find someone that knows everything. And unfortunately, when you do an eco-industrial park, you need to have a systematic approach. You need to have a combination of the best tools to use to implement. So that's ultimately the message we wanted to try and get to.
Thank you, JC. Ben, the next question yours?
Well, it wasn't really a question, it was a comment more.
All right.
But I think I want to latch on to what JC just said. Eco-industrial parks, the approach, the concept is about a systems approach. The challenge we have, not just in South Africa, but all over the world, is that traditional disciplines are pretty much stay in my lane implementation. Okay, so an engineer does what an engineer does and what he's taught to do. Okay, a doctor does what a doctor has learned and what he's taught to do. What you need is really in this time and age are people that are generalists and that are systems thinkers that are able to jump across these boundaries. And there are people like this. What makes it difficult is that the systems embedded in society, per default, make it almost impossible for those generalists to actually do what they should be doing. And so that's why we're struggling with implementing a system. So I think the answer to your question is really it needs a systems approach. Just from the standards perspective, there's not time to go into why standards are not going to work in South Africa. Okay, SABS and SANAS have serious challenges in terms of implementing standards. I looked at the standards development process and I was part of 2 technical committees for ISO standards in South Africa. It is a nightmare to try and develop a standard for South Africa. And it would also not be wise to try and do that before the international standard is actually developed by IFC. Typically, standards implementation requires lots of money and resources. That, per definition, will eliminate 90% of industrial spaces in South Africa because they don't have the budget for that. So how do you get them on board? An ERP maturity model which allows a voluntary implementation. Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Any other question? I notice your hand. Any other one? You can shoot. Second, it will be you, and you're going to be number 3. Loiso, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I listened to all the speakers, and indeed, what they were discussing is quite important. But I was trying to find out as to which efforts have been made in the South African industry, especially in the eco-industrial parks, as it were, to make the South African industry competitive worldwide in as far as developing an economy in South Africa. For example, I look at what we buy here in South Africa. Most of the time is manufactured outside the country and acquired cheaply as compared to the production locally. So I was hoping to hear that our efforts should also be to reduce the production costs so as to make the consumer on the ground able to buy locally. Because I was thinking about that. What we are doing, I'm asking this question to all the speakers, whoever thinks is best to answer it, especially from the UNIDOS side. Do they see South African industry competitive in a way, or is eco-industrial parks contributing to some extent to make South African industry competitive worldwide? Thank you.
Okay. Can I take a second question? You want to answer that? Okay. Go ahead, where you're from and who the question is for.
Yeah, it's Gerry Brink. It's just more of a comment than a question. And I fully agree with you that it's a more of a bottom-up approach, because I think the green industry, especially water, energy as well, is not a technical issue, it's a human issue. And if we don't align humans with the whole, we need to have the policies. And I think sometimes there's so much discrepancy, especially in South Africa, between people using, consuming, and responsible for production and so on, and people writing the policies that, someone reading the policy and someone writing the policy, the understanding is totally different. And the people consuming is not the people reading the policies. So I think the bottom-up, it's not either or, the bottom-up and top-down approach, the general, it's an ecosystem. And if we don't align everybody with the basics, I think we forgot the basics that we assume as you go up in an industry, in an organization, you become cleverer. But in my opinion, you become stupider. you forget the basics. And the more you go up, you specialize so much that the basics get lost. So I think we're at a point where, and that's what we specialize in as a starting point, is let's get everybody aligned on the basics again. The appreciation for energy, the appreciation for water, and that skills development is not, become a doctor or an engineer. It's starting at the bottom and just aligning on the basics. And then the ecosystem and that generalist and understanding that we cannot operate in silos anymore. It's not energy or water or waste, it's the same thing. We have to look at efficiencies and water specifically. And if you don't track it, you don't monitor it, and you don't give the feedback to the people implementing it, it also falls flat. Because most of these things, water especially, it's one thing to get the consumption down, it's another thing to keep it down. And if you don't monitor it, just quick example in commercial, we've done 5 shopping malls recently, and just by monitoring, training ground staff, on average 11% drop on water consumption in shopping centers. That's just training, awareness, and monitoring. So starting with the basics and then working it from both sides.
Thank you so much. The last one, and we conclude it off.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Good day. I think my question will be slightly different. I'm from Harangua, so we've got an industrial park that side that is a white elephant which is not working. So the questions that I have is one. I heard this morning they were talking about the success rate, and I think they mentioned East London and Atlantis being successful. What does that mean? That's the first question for me. And the second question is the former home-led industrial parks, are they being considered in this new paradigm shift, eco-stuff? That's a second one. And if that's the case, I feel like they're being left behind. Some of them, Rangua being one of them, I don't see any progress to an extent where some of us have gone trying to buy land. We went to approach the Northwest Development Corporation to get space. It just didn't work. That's the first one. And secondly, we went and tried to buy space from, private owners. Also, we found them to be too expensive. And as a result, I feel that infrastructure is just dying, and then it could be repurposed. So how is this eco-EIP doing to make sure that guys like Harangua, Babelehi, and going into the Northwest are being considered? Thank you.
Over to you, Ben.
Okay, I'll try and combine actually your question and the earlier question. So first of all, the question about competitiveness, just Louise saw earlier. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, eco-industrial parks are all about continuous improvement. Okay, So it goes without saying that it is part of improving competitiveness. I think the broader conversation about competitiveness of industry in South Africa is a longer conversation. It's not just dependent on RECP, resource efficient and cleaner production, continuous improvement, excellence models, whatever. It's a much broader conversation to be had. So I'll leave that there. Maybe JC wants to respond to that. In terms of Ga-Rankuwa and the traditional industrial parks in government speak in South Africa, when I was in DTIC, we worked with Ga-Rankuwa. Ga-Rankuwa is actually one of what we call three cross-border parks in Tshwane. Because of the Municipal Demarcation Board's allocation of municipal boundaries, Ga-Rankuwa is actually managed by Northwest Development Corporation, but it actually falls in Gauteng. So that's one of the reasons why it's not working, because NWDC has certain challenges. And I'm not going to go into that because that's a really big conversation. And in fact, Aline is there right in the back, and she and I can have a chat with you about this because there have been challenges with Northwest Development Corporation, which is probably why things are not happening. But that being said, there's a group of industrialists that have approached DTIC for assistance for Ga-Rankuwa. So if you're not aware of that group, then I'd like you to put them in touch with you, because I think part of the response for Ga-Rankuwa specifically is, okay, while there's this impasse between Northwest and Gauteng and the handover of the park and all those kinds of things, what can one do? And I think it would be useful for you to engage with those people. Thanks, Henny.
JC, the last comment?
Maybe just to add to the first question and the last question. So what makes it work, and the economics drive a lot of these things. It is, and Dick spoke about, you need to get the right piece of land. In many instances, we have the approach of politicians deciding, I want an SEZ in my province. And in that province, just about every district municipality wants an SEZ. We have existing industrial parks that could be repurposed, but we need to look at whether that location is correct for that, whether there's actually industry driving that. Just to give you an example, currently there's something, but it needs to be driven based on sound principles of going through a process of understanding what is the need from industry, what is the skills base in the area, what is the right piece of land, what are the environmental parameters. We know that there's pollution issues, water issues. All of these need to be taken into consideration. So yes, there are imperatives for further economic development, but we should also not just continue developing new parks for the sake of we're driving an economy, we're going to build new parks, we're going to do this. There is a lot of the historic old parks which could be repurposed. Some of them have gone beyond the point of being viably repurposable. So you actually need to just demolish them and repurpose the land. The land can still be used. And land is a big issue in our country. It doesn't need to be an industrial park. It can be something else. Could be a training center, could be housing development, whatever. Those investigations need to take place. But that is what it's about when you start incorporating all the principles of investigating sound business, green, the four pillars, economics, environmental, governance, and social. If you put those four together, it can work. But if you start doing things like, hashtag here, hashtag there, we're trying to do this, do that, that's when it falls flat. I do believe that there's a lot of opportunity still, and if we use the framework, we need to get a policy that drives this, because I think people are still just doing whatever they want. People make decisions, and it's not based on sound business principles. And I think that's a big issue.
Thank you so much, JC. Can you please join me in giving a round of applause to the work they have done? Thank you so much. Before I let you go, please watch out on your agenda. The afternoon session, we shall be listening and hearing from the Rio Industrial Parks themselves, their perspectives on how far they have gone with the eco-industrial park applications and approaches. Please don't miss that one out. Lunch is served out here in the foyer. You are welcome to go out for lunch. Thank you so much for being a good audience.
Wondering if also there's talks about like content management systems and things like that, and all that stuff. I mean, I've often haven't been coming to these sorts of conferences for 15 years, and it's something how, I mean, like from the early days
NCPC and stuff. Quite interesting to see how things. Well, what has moved? A lot has moved a lot, and what hasn't moved? Well, all challenging aspects of stakeholder consultation, I think confrontation is always the same, consultation, have remained intransigent. Yesterday there was a guy from Java. Yeah. So it sounds like he's got a really difficult job.
I'm speaking. It is what it is. It is what it
What is the nature of it?
There we go. If you start with that way, it becomes easier to navigate them, other not to solve it. The system that is every ecosystem of the place. Is that everyone fits into it? I mean, let's talk about classifications, categorization all the time, because you need to cluster it.
If it was a war, you talk about gray zone.
But because it's so progressive, it's so developmental,
it's a bit, well, obviously, the thing with the grey zone is that you may compromise your objectives. I'm really interested, how people are interested to know about case studies of similar things in places like Macedonia, Bulgaria, or Albania, or what I'm saying, because it's the same kind of problems, where you have a post-whatever state where you've got people, let's just say they're in a comfortable position, and just because a change would benefit many other people doesn't interest them. Skip to the great green taxi industry.
Well, that's the concept.
Everybody happy, yeah.
At the end to just speak for 5 minutes. I don't think that's going to be fair either. And in fact, she's going to close with a bomb. So, we've got to make sure that she gets enough time to speak. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot now. Okay, so you see now I'm getting this one. So thanks for coming back after lunch. I'm sorry, there's always a last session, right? So thanks for bearing with us. I think what the following speakers have to share with us are really insightful, okay? Especially when we start talking about you know, what are these barriers that JC spoke about? What are the kind of challenges they had to overcome? What are the kind of things they're facing, where they were and where they are now? Okay, that's always very useful. I think there's a lot of people out there that want to criticize, you know, and have always some kind of opinion about how do you do industrial development, and you'll find many of them have not done it. Okay, so they theorize and they write all kinds of papers. But the people that are going to speak now are people that are doing it. Okay, and so I think, you know, that's the way I think we want to share learning in the best possible way. We're going to start off with Hartley Smith from Atlantis SEZ. Hartley, you can come forward so long. I'll time you. I'm sitting right here at the bottom. So don't worry. I'll give you between 15 and 20 minutes. So if you can reduce it a bit, that will help. Okay, awesome. That's forward and that's backwards. President. And there's a pointer. Okay. All yours. Thanks, Brian.
Good afternoon, everyone. You see, that's lunchtime. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. There we get movement a bit. Right. So graveyard shift, right? And we're speaking about the community industry nexus from Atlantis Special Economic Zone. Bevan introduced me as Hartley, and I normally go Hartley here, Hartley there, Hartley anywhere, but I will be here for the next 15 minutes. Okay, so let's kickstart the presentation. I think we need to be a bit light about what we need to do. Okay, so if I can go, cool. So allow me to give a bit of overshot of Atlantis Special Economic Zone for those who don't know. And I've skipped slides as well. Where's JC? He started something. Let me just see where my slides are at. Cool. I think this is my slide. It says background and then it says on. But yeah, let's go. Allow me to give a bit of overview of Atlantis Special Economic Zone for those who are not familiar with where we are at and how does that fit into place. So our vision is to become the pioneering place where the African green economy thrives, right? And obviously we've just recently have a 5-year strategy. So Atlantis Special Economic Zone is now 7 years old. So the first 5 years was very much just finding our feet and putting ourselves out there. And be in the next phase of developing and how does that look for us. Okay. So there you have the vision and the mission, and I think I won't share that. That cuts into my time, so it's up there. Okay. See, I'm going back here, Bernd. Other button, there we go. So just from a location perspective, everyone can see, Atlantis is about 40 kilometers outside of Cape Town, more north down, right? A very small community. I want to use the word establish, but obviously in the early 70s, it was put together as the industrial node under the framework of the apartheid era, right? Currently, there's estimated 100,000 people living within Atlantis, right? So let's just give you a note. The communities that we serve, or the surrounding communities, is obviously Atlantis. Then you have Pala, then you have Witstrand, and those are more historical towns from a religious perspective. And then Witstrand is our informal settlement that we also surround the borders of where we are at. Okay. Right. I said we're about 7 years old, and this is the location of Atlantis Special Economic Zone. Most cases, special economic zones are one piece of land. We have 3 parcels of land, right? So right on top there, that's Zone 1, which is currently under development, and then Zone 2 and 3 is here, and that's still greenfields for Atlantis Special Economic Zone. Zone 1, obviously, we're getting to the community nexus part of things. So when you start developing, where do you start, with what do you start? I think that's a question. So the whole 2 days we spoke about development, but where do we start with development? Assessment. Oh, that's such a curt answer. Right. But when you start developing in existing town, it's important to keep the community abreast of things, isn't it? We can't develop without the community. And I think that this is what Atlantis did fairly well from the lessons as well, and we will go through that as well. Right, there we go again. Right, so I said we're 7 years old, so we've defined a new strategy with 5 key pillars to that. Pillar number 5, where we speak about foster active and positive stakeholder engagement in Atlantis and the broader ecosystem for inclusion, skills, and enterprise development. And that is where the focus of my presentation will lie today, right? Atlantis Special Economic Zone has 5 units that's split up to commercial, business, and CSIR, which stands for Sustainable Infrastructure Zone Operator, okay? And then obviously, we are state-owned entities, so governance are vital for us within that space. But I want to focus on the unit that speaks to the community, that has the community engagement, that knows what's happening on the ground, and that is the integrated ecosystem that we're speaking to. Right, we have 5 focus areas, which is under the ESG, and we obviously highlight the S predominantly in the unit that I work in, and that is the social aspect of it. So the key focus areas will obviously be net zero carbon, net zero water, working with nature, net zero waste to landfill, and the focus for this session would be the inclusion part. Okay. I feel I need to ask for questions. Right. So how do we do the community industrial nexus? Right. We said earlier on, collaboration is the key, partnerships is key. People speak about the PP as well, you know. So how do we structure ourselves? So we're the enabling body, or we create a platform for all our partners to come through. And you can see that there's 4, where's the pointer? So governance is key, obviously for all the obvious reasons there. Partnerships is also key because we're in an existing industrial manufacturing area and we're developing all around that space. And we need to engage with the community that has been there before we got there, right? We all spoke about funding, and we know that story. And then we need to have programs or sustainable ways of how do we engage with the community and how do we keep going forward. So for those, we have obviously government, we have community, we have the private sector that we're looking at investors and obviously industrial drivers, academia, NCPC, CSIR, the universities within the Western Cape as well, that looks after the knowledge and the skills component, so we can learn from them. But most importantly is connecting with the community, having the social partners that we need for this. Right, so the work stream that I work within is divided into 3 work streams, right? So that's obviously skills development, and we have highlighted skill development in our previous segment. We looked at enterprise development, and that was highlighted as well within the maturity framework as well, that's highlighted there. And then social inclusion and partnerships, as we've rightfully stated. Right, I'm not going to go through every one of that, but just the overview that we support. Okay, let's go back. We support, obviously, work-based experience because we realize that the industry is already there, but we just need to upskill as well. But we also need to bring the community on board on what the developments is that we are doing. Right? And the enterprise development, we're obviously looking at small businesses and how can we get them into the supply chain of the current industrialist that is currently in Atlantis. And I'm going to focus a bit more on to our community stakeholder network that we've started, that it's working very well for us in Atlantis. Okay. Just a bit of stats of what we've done. So over the last 5 years, in total, we did 88 initiatives over all 3 work streams, 4,142 beneficiaries from this, engagements. That includes stakeholder engagements as well. Programs that we've highlighted is, for instance, RPL program on welders was one of those big ones because they were working, they're in the industry, but they don't have the formal qualification. And it was important for us, in order to bring the community and industrial together, to find initiatives that can speak to the needs of demand-driven. I think that's what the previous speaker spoke about. We've realized that there's a lot of small businesses within Atlantis and surrounding areas, but they're not compliant, and compliant to work with state-owned entities, but also just with industrialists from a compliance perspective. And one of the initiatives that we've highlighted then was to put the entrepreneurs through a SMME compliance program, 8-month programs where we had 50 SMMEs and we took them through that program. That's just one of those highlights that's there. Very big. How do we know what to do, when to do? We ask the community. They speak to us. And as far as possible, we kind of listen to what they have and see if we can find those resources that we referred to previously and make these possible. Okay. 5 years later, 88 programs done. How do we do things differently? You cannot have the same model right through. The environment is changing. We are building. Our new strategy or our new focus areas would be to streamline and have structured programs that feed into each other, so we can obviously look from that perspective, right? So under skills development, we're looking at digital, general technical skills, and specialized technical skills. And that's currently what the industry is looking at from the QCTO perspective. We're looking at that from demand-driven industries as well. And the enterprise development, business acumen is always key, right? So we have the skill, because I was a plumber, but I'm unemployed. I'm going to be a plumber, right? I'm going to do it. But I lack the business acumen. And what we've seen is that trust is important within the community, but also with the partners and the industries. And for Atlantis Special Economic to be the enabler to bring these two together, we formulated what we call the pre-incubation, incubation, and acceleration programs. So if you're a small business, 6 months old, but you're a plumber, we put you into a pre-incubation program, right? We take you through that process. If you are meeting certain criteria, we put you into an acceleration program. But this also builds the trust with the industry to say that we are nurturing, we are walking a path with these SMMEs, small businesses, to make them compliant, but also give them the business acumen that's needed in order for them to run a business, and for you as the industry to give them your supply development contributions, right? And then we're ending off with the acceleration program, which is a 12-month program. So if you look at all of that, you spend about 2 years within the system. And 2 years is not a quick fix, so we obviously close the gaps. And what we have identified is coaching and mentoring is key within these processes, but not only from the desk, but from industry as well. So taking the guys into the workplaces to see what is happening within the workplaces as well. Right, and then lastly, under our community development or the social inclusion and partnerships, we have started a management partnership model. So because we knew people show interest, but where is the link, right? So everyone can't be immediately, right? So you need to obviously look at that framework, pardon me, and how you work with the private sector, how you work with government, and where can we find funding? There's my voice going. Pardon me. Right? We obviously speak to the community very often, so we have what we call a community of practice, or COP, where there's about 28 different entities in Atlantis and surrounding it that's existing. So from health to social work to DSD, right through, right? So what are they doing that we don't have to do? Because we can't do everything. But how do we leverage from what is existing within the communities and better that, right? And find possible fundings to support those programs that's currently running. Just a quick one, we are doing a health expo just next week, tomorrow, right? We are driving that, but we have 38 partners on board that speaks to that, just from a perspective there. And one of our key elements that made this community industrial nexus possible was our community stakeholder network. Right, this is just to highlight some of the current programs that we are currently doing. So we are doing a space STEM program, so science, technology, engineering and maths. So we're hoping to send some of the little tools that they are creating to test certain data for us on Zone 1. PV mounting training. There's a 7 megawatt City of Cape Town farm that they are erecting. So it was just fitting for us to have a program that can support that. And we're happy to say that from the 14 learners that was on the program, 7 of them has been taken into employment on that program. We've done, obviously, the ARPL programs as well, and then we've created what we call 5 minutes left. Thank you, Ben. We created what we had, a foundational learning program, to teach the community about what's happening from an eco-industrial perspective, but also net water, net zero, that perspective as well. Okay. I've spoken about these 3, and now I'm just moving. Right. I don't want to stick to this one. This is our community stakeholder network. Right. We've created a network with 15 seats in it, representing from education straight over to labor. Right, because all of these sectors are important in making decisions and bringing it to the table. Right, so you can see all the sectors right on top there. We obviously have the AZS and the CSN committee where we meet on a monthly basis and we get a report back of what's happening within those sectors respectively. And from that, we obviously look at how do we draft or how do we support those sectors' initiatives and be engaged and foster that as well. We have what we call a community facilitation agreement with the CSN. So obviously, there's deliverables from our side and there's deliverables from their side, and that's what the agreement allows. For that, there's a stipend agreement in place. So if you do A, B, and C, your 10 ABC amount of meetings, that stipend agreement goes with that as well, right? So, to incentivize, because people don't like to do things for free. And if they do for things, you don't have the quality to that. You don't know what you're going to get from that perspective, right? We're in the process to register the CSN as an NPO. And that's kind of where we need to be at. Okay. Right, so this is how we want to measure the impact and scaling of the model that we're doing. And I think it's important to look at how can we replicate this model in all other areas if needed, right? Or what is the lessons that we've learned from this last 5 years that we've been operating there? Right, leveraging the shared values there from partnerships, in kind, as well as grant, and that's unlocking those values for us through our partnerships. We've realized we can't do everything ourselves, but the industry is there already. So tap into it, see what they're doing, so we don't duplicate the initiatives or the programs, but we can support it and increase it from that perspective. Right. Got your time. I have 1 second left just to conclude to say that development should be with the people and not to the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Hartley. Please, if you have any questions, please just jot them down. I'm sure we can make some time at the end for questions. Next, we've got Sean. And I'm not doing the normal thing like some of the other moderators. I'm not reading a whole spiel about where people come from, what they do. But I do want to say something about Sean, okay? In a number of conversations that I was involved in over the last 2 days, we spoke about getting people that actually, have the technical expertise and know how to do some of this stuff, okay, that is involved in industrial spaces. Sean is one of those people. He's very hands-on. Sean, you can come forward so long. And I think very often what we make the mistake, not just in South Africa, I mean, this is a global challenge, is that the most important people are the most important people because they don't look at the people that actually do the work. Sorry, I'm stepping on toes here, but it's true. Okay, you find it very often that people forget that there's actually a whole team behind them doing the work. Now, while Sean is a general manager for WAG, he does a lot of these things himself, and he's going to tell you the kind of stuff that they've been doing. He's not going to talk to a presentation because I think he's good enough just speaking off his nuts. Okay, to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'm just going to give you a brief history on WAG. WAG, I think, is a different model to a lot of the other industrial zones, with our challenge being the infrastructure that is degraded and falling apart. For that reason, in 2023, a group of businessmen got together and they decided to build Wadeville Action Group, register an NPO, open a bank account, and then look for business partnering. So they employed myself, a single employee, to do all of this. So through October through to February 2024, we embarked on an intensive campaign to partner with industry through a membership base, a paid membership base, to finance our efforts on the ground. To that effect, you guys need to forgive me, I haven't done public speaking in probably 20 years. I'm a more hands-on guy like Baron said, so I manage operations and am involved on the ground. Having said that, I've been roped in to build the membership base as well as part of my portfolio. So I'm just going to give you a bit of background. 2023, October, the company was established, was registered, a bank account opened, and we embarked on business partnering, seeking business partnering. By Feb 2024, we had established a membership base and an income base, a dispensable income base of 86,034 members. So we went and we started doing cleaning, greening on the main entries to uplift and instill a sense of pride within the community in Wadeville, and ask, obviously, hopefully to build that in a community pride, so that people take responsibility for their surroundings and to obviously participate in the initiative. Speaking to that, we then went and utilised subcontractors on the ground to do cleaning and greening, which entailed 13 kilometres of the main entry points, cutting of the grass, cleaning of the mediums, de-weeding, that sort of thing. It was a jungle when we got in there. So we spent the next 3-4 months doing that, and we continued to build the membership. We also embarked on a seed funding campaign. We garnered 390,000 and supported capital expenditure, got a 3.5 ton truck. We got a foreman, we employed a foreman, we employed 9 staff members. We had a dedicated litter team out of that to reduce costs, and a cleaning and greening team was formed. And they have continued to be taking responsibility for the focus area, which is our main entry points and exit points from Wadeville, being the Decimers, the Black Reefs, Davidsons, Osborns. Those are the main entry roads in Wadeville. The biggest issues we've got and we've had to date has been water supply and electricity supply. It hasn't been constant. I think in 2024 we had a total of 90 days where we sat without power, not consecutively, but intermittently. Obviously the cost to industry is huge for something like that. Since then, in May, I think it was November 2024, the 27th, we signed our MOU with City, which allowed us to collaborate. In 2024 Feb, it was 2025, man, 2025, we formed a joint project implementation committee with Council, where we drive obviously the projects and the maintenance and the upgrades that are needed in Wadeville. From that, we've seen several roads rehabilitated, which hasn't happened historically in the last 25 years in Wadeville. So we've had some decent wins out of that. We've also partnered with the Economical Development Departments on the PEP program, which is the Presidential Employment Program, which has seen us garner 15 students to manage, which has assisted us with our cleaning and greening projects and having a dedicated litter team, which we managed to build up to 8 ladies dedicated. Through the project implementation committee, we also saw collaborations with Waste. Waste is now active in Wadeville for the first time in 20 odd years. So we've had these wins, and we've had a new water tower built in, I think it's the Russell Road Reservoir. That's now in operation and has alleviated our 3-day water shedding that we were experiencing for the last year in Wadeville, which obviously had a huge impact. We saw the likes of Aardig Glass spending 3.5 million rand a month to tank in water, as well as the Premier FMCGs. So that's been a big one for us at the moment in Wadeville, but our challenges still remain with electricity. I think in the last part of October, we've sat with 10 consecutive days without power once again. So it's crippling industry in Wadeville. We're losing industry in Wadeville as a result. But the collaborations and the building of relationships through the PRC committee is essential to our efforts to building long-term working relationships with the various departments. It's not a quick one. It is something that evolves and is built over time. And we look forward to continuing to partner with them. But we also cannot rely on council to do what they historically haven't been able to do for budget constraints, for logistical constraints, whatever it might be. So in that regard, we're looking to build an in-house civil team, because we have that PEP program with a second intake November this year, which will allow us to garner some skilled labour in plumbing, in civils, and we can build a pothole, a little civils team to do potholes that council can't manage to get to. We can do quick wins on leaks in the pavements, that sort of thing. We can assist with reinstatement. We have big problems with the city of Ekurhuleni as far as water goes in terms of reinstating on work done in the roads or the pavements, with turnaround taking up to a year. So that's where Wadeville Action Group is at the moment. We haven't really got to implementing any of the ERP policies and the program. I know the committee's sitting and looking at that. We do participate in the programs, but we're not quite there yet. And that's just a little bit of history on Wadeville Action Group and what we've been busy doing for the last 2 years. Thanks for your time.
I did say Sean is a hands-on person. He doesn't talk much. I want to add a bit more, just because I'm quite closely involved in many of these spaces. Through the activities of the Wadeville Action Group, our eco-industrial park activities, and the involvement of the city of Ekurhuleni's Department of Economic Development, we started off with one city department involved in October 2023. There are now 6. You might think that is not significant. I challenge anyone here to try and get 6 city departments involved in your industrial space, and let's talk again in 2 years' time. Okay, this is really difficult. What Sean also didn't mention is that we established in October 2023, Dick was actually there, we did a very high-level concept master planning session with people from industry and from the city through the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program as a precursor to what is coming. We then subsequently established what is called the Wadeville Partnership, which is an open forum, non-exclusive. Anyone that's interested can come in, and we schedule this, well, we used to schedule it roughly every 3 months or so. And then in recent months, I kind of held back on setting up the next one until about a month and a half ago, I had literally within the space of 1 week, 3 different people ask me when's the next Wadeville Partnership meeting. Okay, then you kind of know you need to have another forum conversation, okay? And in fact, we're having another one, and we're taking Klaus and Dick there with us on Thursday. So these things develop, okay? It's just a comment that was made earlier. It's not about one shoe fits all, and Klaus made this comment about the standard, okay? No industrial space in South Africa is the same as any other one. And you will hear that when we give Lungisile from Isitebe now a chance, you will hear they have a very different dynamic, okay? And then when we end up with Andrea from Highveld Industrial Park, also, again, a very different configuration of how it is being operated, you know, how industry is involved, how municipalities engage, all those kinds of things, okay? So I think if you take something away from the session this afternoon, apart from maybe sleeping because you had a nice lunch, okay, and catching up on missed sleep, is the fact that it's about agility, it's about flexibility. You cannot do one thing here and think that it will work there, which, by the way, makes the maturity model really difficult, okay, because how do you cater for all these spaces, okay? But Sean, thanks again for that sharing. I think it's really good. Just maybe two last comments about Wadeville. Through our activities in Wadeville, it was now the first time in 25 years that the city actually repaired potholes. In fact, tarred sections of the road. 25 years. Okay? Just let that sink in, 25 years. Okay? If you know anything about road construction, you kind of know, well, roads kind of deteriorate very quickly. Okay? The other point I wanted to make is Wadeville has more than 500 potholes. And through the work of Sean, he's now working with the city transport department to actually fix many of these. Okay? It's a pity Roslyn isn't here, the Capital City Business Chamber, who's involved in the Roslyn Improvement District. And what they've done is they went to City of Tshwane through a council resolution that was facilitated by National Treasury. I was also involved when I was in DTIC. The maintenance of roads was allocated to Roslyn Industry and the Capital City Business Chamber. They fixed all the potholes within the space of 1 month. And if you've been to Roslyn, it's a fairly large area. Okay? Just to give you an idea of what can be done, there is nothing that prevents a municipality or a metro from subcontracting some of these services or getting industry to pay for some of the infrastructure. Okay? In many cases, you might find resistance because it then takes effort for the municipality to actually maintain and make sure that the asset is looked after. One last example about Roslyn, and then I'll give Lungisile a chance. Roslyn, for example, had a need for an additional electricity substation. What did industry do? Industry said, okay, how much is this going to cost? Literally, in a space of 3 months, they bought the infrastructure, put it in place, all by themselves, on their own cost. Now the asset is part of Tshwane, and they have a second feed into Roslyn. 3 months. Okay? There's no reason why a metro or a city or a municipality has to take 2 years, like in the case of Wadeville, for example. Okay, Wadeville had 3 substations. It only has 1 left. Sean, am I right? 2 of them burnt down, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? So Wadeville is like teetering on the, this chasm, that wants to swallow industry. It's not the way to work. Anyway, I can go on. Lungisile, once you come forward, I'm going to introduce Lungisile. This is someone who has very good experience in facilities management. He's been a great partner to NCPC, to the ERP program. Itala and DTIC have worked very closely together, even when I was in DTIC. Isitebe was one of our major industrial spaces. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but I want to say one thing. Okay? Isitebe actually, up until about 2-3 years ago, employed more people than all the special economic zones in the country put together. Here's the bad news. The SEZs in the country get complete support from government. They have a budget line, all kinds of stuff. What do they get? We need to change this picture. Anyway, I don't want to steal your thunder. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Brent, for the pressure. To yourself, to Sean, as well as Hartley. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to observe the protocols that have been observed. I'm going to briefly indicate what ITALA is, what it stands for. Berend already did a favor for me to indicate how do we derive our funding. Because there's a misconception about ITALA in the country, and everyone, when they read about ITALA, we all get dragged into the same pot. ITALA is a public entity, government, it's an SOC with 4 subsidiaries under the Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs in KZN. Its key mandate is to support and develop SMMEs, as well as to ensure that we contribute to the economic development in the province and the district. It Itala has got three portfolios. It's large industrial, which I'm part of. We've got three large industrials. One is Isitebe, where I'm based. And the second and third are in the south, Madadeni and Ezakeni, which are in the south. The second portfolio, it's light industrial, where you'll find a lot of SMMEs, where we're trying to assist the smaller companies to grow and accommodate and make them inclusive in the economy in KZN. The third one is the retail. We've got a couple of complexes, or shopping centers rather. And then the last one is business finance, where we finance SMMEs, incubate them, and provide support to them until they can stand and migrate from small SMMEs to big ones. Itala sits in between two harbors, Richards Bay on the north, as well as the Durban Harbour. And the size of the estate itself, it's about 414 hectares, and with a GLA of in excess of 500,000 square. And the ownership, we've got 200 factories within the estate. 151 is owned by Itala, and the 49 remaining is owned by private sector. And the size of the factory, they range between 250 and 36,000 square meters. And the vacancy, we also have vacant parcels within the estate, which we are now beginning, which I've not reported to Henry, that we're beginning now to gain momentum in finding developers and interested parties. The level of occupancy between 2023, 2022, when the baseline assessment was done to date, it moved from 78%, we're sitting now at 85%, and Isitebe contributes 65%. Isitebe alone. From Itala, with its subsidiaries, it contributes 65% of revenue in IDFC, Itala Development Finance Corporation. And it is the significant employer, not only within Mandene, as I've highlighted, but in the district itself. The contribution in the GDP of the district, it's in excess of 30% in terms of revenue, and in terms of employment, it's in excess of 40%. In terms of the GIPP or the EIP initiatives, or rather the five key components, my presentation is going to try and cover the benefits where EIP found us in terms of the baseline assessment that was done and what has happened from 2022, at least when I've started, in December to date. These are the results that, with the help of CSIR, EIP, the researchers, your Rwandas, and everyone else, SIBO and everyone, these are the areas that we've realized since I've started, at least in the past 2.5 years. We've done 6 RECP assessments with tenant companies that were interested. They were part of workshops that took place, and to date, we're seeing results. They also appreciate with what they've achieved thus far since we've started engaging with them. 4 feasibility assessments were completed. It was one with an alternative energy, which I'm going to talk to later, which we found both a funder as well as an implementing agent to roll that out. A container park, concept and master planning, and water assessment that was done by the CSIR. EIP, DFFE, SMME workshops were done last year, 2 of them, and they are beginning to yield results in terms of collaborations between us and the SMMEs and the locals. identification and scoping of park management services. We manage the industrial estates with two bodies because we are not the sole owner. We're the sole owner of the land, but we've got land parcels that are owned by private companies. We've got a board called the Lot Owners Association, where Itala sits and is 60% shareholder majority, as well as Business Against Crime, which is a national government initiative. You'll find business against crime all over the country, but the Mandeni Business Against Crime is managed within the estate, but with all the other role players within the district. And it's beginning also to yield very good results. I'm sitting in both boards, and we are on both. We are 60% majority shareholders. When this assessment was done, this is where we were sitting as Itala in terms of finances. One tenant owed us 100 million rand, one tenant. That consumes about 5 million rands worth of electricity on a monthly basis. Again, one tenant owed us about 10 million rands. Two tenants were owing us between 3 and 4 million rands. About 9, they were between 2 and 3 million rands, and were sitting at the time, this is the latest, we're sitting at that time at about 28% vacancy rate. This has changed because of the turnaround plan that we've adopted. Obviously, with the workshops that we've been undertaking, or rather participating in, and these conferences with the strategies and approaches from other professionals, academics, and everyone, ELIDZ, we've learned quite a lot. This is my third conference, and one has been taking notes. We've managed to come up with an aggressive debt management system, which told us that we are compelled not only to manage the risks, but to really try and eliminate it. That's why you are seeing the first data litigation at first stages. It's no longer at first stages now. It's a very matured stage where that debt has grown. They are owing us about 113. You see, the challenge is that when you start litigating against someone, then they run to the courts, and the legalities delays you in getting your monies back. But with the rest, we actually now just, if you don't litigate, we take you out of the estate. We evict you, or we make arrangements with you, depending on how is your risk profile in terms of what we have. And we've also resuscitated collaborations with the TKIZN to attract new business and enhanced our marketing strategy. What we have done, these are some of the achievements since we've started with TKIZN. We have concluded leases, 9-year-long leases, of properties that were sitting dormant within the estate, one of which was the 36,000 square meter factory, which the tenant, or rather the investor, invested in excess of 22 million rands. And we've adopted a policy called self-maintenance, where we negotiate. You come in, you see the property, you invest your own money, we agree on the term of the lease, we amortize the cost over the lease period. And we also negotiate the relief period for you to set up and start production, and then we start paying. But services, obviously, immediately, you pay that for that immediately, because we are also vendoring water and electricity. The second one, it was stripped off. Mandeni is known of volatility in terms of politics as well as criminal activity and crime. You'll see further down, just before I finish, the crime stats from 2023, 24, 24, 25, where crime drove away industrialists, and actually, whilst they were running away, the factories got vandalized, not only because they were aging, but because of criminal activity as well. So 362, you would be shocked if I had the pictures to show you. It was literally a structural steel detail left on the slab. Everything else was gone. But we found a tenant that to date has re-established, repurposed the factory with only 3.1 million. And the yield in terms of the employees, that will start in December, it's going to be 150. They already started now doing the testing and all of that. They've employed about 25 of them, but the 125 will commence in December. And then the big one, from day one, they'll start with 250 employees. And then the last three, it's the digital hub. I'm going to talk about the digital hub further down as part of the collaborations that we have with other government departments and municipalities and everyone else. But those three sites, they are going to cost Itala as well as the partners about 40 million rand to redevelop, and we are going to enter into 9-year leases with all three partners. Infrastructure. Everyone has been saying infrastructure. Everyone. Itala is in excess, I think it's about 67 years old now, since establishment. And there were studies that were done. One can see DBSA estimated R1 billion then. You can imagine to date, we haven't done much, but we have improved. There were issues in terms of the water and affluent that has not been accounted for. CSIR assisted us. We were shocked with the results when we saw the report, but reality hit home and we started doing something about that. We've got two 132 kV lines from outside substation feeding the estate, which we manage our electricity from. And if you don't pay us, we switch you off and you lose revenue. And only when you come and knock into my door, then I'll switch on. Only I'm seeing when you supply me with proof of payment. So from this one, we've started talking to NCPC. DTIC came on board and other partners. And we really started finding, as I indicated before, the studies. The electricity one, we've found, as I've indicated, a partner, an implementing partner, that is going to implement a 50 million rands worth of electrical alternative energy with the tone that was set by the study that was done by the involvement of NCPC. We've actually upped from what was indicated by the study. That 50 million rand is going to enable us to generate from solar panels 40 megawatts on the panels themselves, then a 50 megawatt battery storage over a 40 to 50 year tenure. But the commissioning of works to completion and installation, as well as training of at least the experts to our team, that will take about 9 months. And then some of the projects that we've undertaken, I've listed there, but I just wanted to indicate and emphasize the EIP and NCPC involvement, what kind of benefits that we have achieved. And then in terms of compliance, this is where I think we were sitting at under 60% when the baseline assessment was done, and quite a number of things from leases to your fire, to water, to electricity, everything. The environment itself, we had a landfill site that was condemned, as well as the waste transfer station, non-integration of waste pickers. We've tried to collect all of those through the engagements. There are lessons that have been learned from the reports, and we've tried really to clean up a lot of things. As one can see, we started negotiating 3 triple nets leases today. We give more relief time, but later we realize mutual beneficial contracts. As I indicated, we've also embarked on the self-maintenance, which also yields results in terms of attracting developers now. We were giving structures that are ready. that are dilapidated, as I've indicated, you do it themselves out of your own cost, we negotiate, but developers started, I've got two applications on my desk that needs to be considered, where two companies, one wants to invest in excess of 22 million rands again, and the other one is still not sure. They are still doing their own sums, but there is an expression of interest. In terms of solid waste, we've engaged with the municipality. We've realized that from all the studies that have been done, we don't have the capacity internally. So we're partnering with the Mandeni municipality, taking into account what the national department says in terms of waste management, where waste pickers, as I've indicated, need to be integrated in any plan that we have going forward. That has been taken care of. We are finalizing an MOA. The legal gurus are busy with the finalization of the contract, as well as protection services. We also have within the estate protection services, also that now, because of human capital, people moved, because Mandeni is a semi-rural area, people moved to better place spaces. So they found new opportunities. Now they've moved to those places, and we find ourselves having to negotiate and partner with municipality. That service is also going there. The big one in terms of the compliance, before I get into socio-economic challenges, it's the automated sprinkler. We've got 2 pump stations there that, according to the studies, was going to cost us an arm and a leg. But to date, as I'm talking to you, there's a contractor on site, has commissioned 1 pump station with some of the remedial action plans from ASIP assessments. And by end of next week, we should be done. That should be a thing of the past. These are some of the things that we were confronted with. Obviously, they are not concluded, all of them. They are still work in progress. As it relates to employment and the development of the community, you've got an EPWP program. We've employed about 8 of EPWPs. We wanted 20, but only 8. There's still a challenge with education. Most of those that submitted their matric certificates had issues. Can't give details, but there were issues with the bare minimum requirements. But we had to move with those that had correct qualifications. Property management interns, we've got 3 of them. We've got an internal internship program that we are running because we want to capacitate those and develop those who are in. Those who are general workers, some of them find themselves within the engineering services apprenticeship program, as well as we've also done from everyone, from the CEO up to the lowest level. There was a exercise 24-25, which has been concluded, where it's called Transition Framework, where we've looked at qualifications, experience, and the capacity of each and every single individual. Then those people were moved into the correct spaces. Some of them had undertaken training. I've got 2 minutes, thank you. And this also contributes as part of the governance issues, training and development. This is what we've achieved to date. These are other compliance achievements that we've undertook, and to date, if you go there, you'll see a different Isitebe from what even if you went there 3 months, 4 months back, you'll see a different Isitebe. And I'm sure Dick, from his concept and master planning, from the items we've identified, all of these are there, and you'll see that it was not a waste of time when you went there. This is the stats in terms of, this is the last one, of crime. Between 2023-24, the blue indicates where crime was at, excluding BAC, and the green one indicates 2024-25. That's where we were at. To date, it's better than today, but it's very difficult to give a full picture of what is happening. Italy has got its own security company. Each industrialist has got its own security companies. And the difficulty is that not everyone, when something happens within the estate, reports to the police station. So it gives us a parallax indication of what the real issues are. But in the past 3-4 weeks, we have went on an operation as Business Against Crime. It involves police and everyone else in the security cluster in the district. And the results have shown that our security companies are sleeping on duty, and some of our, I'll leave it to the commissioner, the details, are also part of that. And that's why we don't have a true reflection of what is happening to date. But with what is happening with BAC, we are hopeful that because if you see now the percentages in terms of the regression of crime, different types of crime, housebreaking, robberies, we don't only look inside the estate, because the interest is not only from those who are in business or those who are in all sorts of criminal activity, but also within the residents, there are people that are coming inside the estate and do funny things. This one, I'm not going to talk to this. All I'm going to pick from this one is to indicate that we've got a digital hub, which has been an initiative over the past 5 years. DTIC has been actively involved in establishing this. The municipality has been part of it. And last week, we've done practical completion thereof. DTIC, the innovation and technology, is coming on board with funding. Moses Kotana Institute, which is also part of the companies that report to the Economic Development Department, they are also on board. They will be the one that operationalize and run all trainings that are IT related, from IoTs, ML, to robotics within the estate. Hopefully mid-June 2026 towards December 2026. This is our story, and we are grateful to be part of this EIP project. Thank you very much.
I just want to show you what I was going to show Lungisile if he continued more. I don't know if you can see that picture. That's what you get when the time is up. Okay. Anyway, awesome. Lungisile, thank you very much. Things area, then industry in through that body, which is what WAG is, can then say, okay. At the stage that they actually approached us, they were the first, and since we've had 2 or 3 others that have also approached us, being the DTIC NCPC collective, for support from an eco-industrial response to this because it actually needs a much broader conversation, the same on the ownership and the operational models, unfortunately. But if I can try and summarize it, first of all, you've got to consider that the steel industry has gone through a major change globally in the last, 15, 20 years. Okay? So to expect to have something similar would be a waste of time. All right? I want to take you back to a comment I made specifically earlier, and that is about a life cycle of an industrial area. So if you come at the end of life like they did, I mean, they didn't even have time to plan for something else. They were there one day, the next day, oops, job gone, nothing. So ideally, what you want to do with some of these other spaces is you want to start earlier thinking about, okay, what does the economic dynamic look like now? What are the drivers in that area? And what makes sense? So there were a whole bunch. I mean, I think, JC, you made the comment as well. It's not as simple as saying, well, okay, let's revitalize it, which is something that DTIC recognized in its revitalization program. I was director of the program, I know. Okay, so you can't just say, okay, well, let's put money to it and revitalize it, because that's not necessarily the answer. There are some spaces in this country where it makes more sense to completely remove industry, help them move, because there's 4 or 5 or 10 left, and look at something that's completely different, maybe a mixed use, a commercial, an arts and crafts center, for the local community, because there's lots of people that do stuff in their houses and they want a market where they can sell it. So that might be something that you'd rather want to look at. But answer to you, unfortunately, is a much broader conversation. It's not that simple. Lungisile, can I ask you to maybe respond in terms of the governance, models? Just switch on your mic.
I did not catch that. I was busy with something here, Berend. I think you were asking about the importance of ownership.
Yes, ownership. Obviously, for me, I think ownership does what unlocks the funding and the survival of the business, given that you have to support and you focus more on what is non-core, which is social license. Yeah.
All right. The first portion, the issue of ownership, it's very important for, it's a public entity. What I'm responsible for is for a public entity. It's very important. It gives you leverage in terms of control of what's happening within the estate, because most of those who are dependent on public entities in taking decisions in terms of licensing and getting things done on time, it sort of frustrates the industrialist or the business owner itself. So it makes things easier for me to go to a municipality when I need something, to go and knock and sort of form collaborations with that. In terms of the industrialists themselves...
Sorry, Bralungi, I think the 49% was privately owned. Why was that? Just the 49%
I think...
was, yeah.
Over a period of time, there was a period. Itala does not own only the 3 portfolios that I've indicated. We've got farms, we've got housing, and so on. So post 1994, there were land parcels that were sold to sort of. I think after the regime change, they were sort of giving land to private owners. But unfortunately, at the time, it was only the people with big pockets who managed to be able to buy land. But some of that land, it was more than 49%. Some of the land has been bought back. The 10 million rands tenant, we're taking that land back. So we're looking into taking the land back so that we can have full control within the industrial estate.
Okay, perfect. Andrea, would you like to respond to that as well?
I'm not quite sure what I'm responding to. So what exactly is the question that we're asking?
So yeah. Can I perhaps maybe add something in trying to address all this question? I think it's in relation to the ownership model of the Highveld Industrial Park as opposed to Itala.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a state-owned company. So if you're a state-owned company, it usually becomes difficult to make such decisions, some decisions, and we are not agile enough to make quick decisions. And I'm in a similar space
with Itala, wherein we have these industrial parks that we own. Sometimes we have challenges of being challenged as the owner, because people assume that if you are an SOC, therefore you are owned by government. So it brings in a lot of dynamics to an extent that people don't want to pay. You take them to court, they run to the politicians. So these models, for us who are in the public space, it's very difficult, as we have to try and strike the balance between the two. So the private model, some people are arguing maybe it's not even feasible in this day and age for a state-owned company to be owning properties. So perhaps maybe Itala have got their own model, but being a privately owned company and a state-owned company brings also its own challenges. And you are not agile enough if you are in a state-owned company.
Yeah, so I can respond to that. Again, this is a broader conversation. It's not as simple as it's being put, okay? The international research, UNIDA actually did a study on 50 industrial parks. The best run models are those that have a combination of public and private involvement, okay? The second best typically are private, and the worst performing are public, okay? So it's not as simple as saying, well, public should not own property, because also remember, even in ECTB's case, even for East London and some of the others, that entity doesn't own all the property in any case. Okay, so you need to find a way of working in it. And I can share some examples with you from some other cases in South Africa where people run it from a public perspective, where they actually get it done. It actually works, okay? You might argue, well, it can work better, which we can always do, okay? But I think in Highveld's case, Andrea, maybe you can just, elucidate a bit more, in terms of, property ownership, and how you manage it.
So yes, it is privately owned, and I do agree with the statement that it does make things easier. There's not a lot of bureaucracy around decision making, so you can move quickly. Highveld was a massive ship, and it had to change direction. It could change direction because it didn't have a lot of red tape that was weighing us down in terms of decision making and the sorts of projects that we could implement. The other thing is, I'm not sure how conducive the government model is to allowing a lot of relaxation around lease terms and things of that nature. Are they able to do it? I know they're subject to PFMA. So, I suppose it's also just creating the correct barriers. I would say, in maybe speaking to Baron's point, is if you do have the government model, it's to get a private operator in there who is tasked with meeting certain KPIs. And I think, speaking to your point as well, it does help if you have government involved from a perspective of, if you do need to have certain things happen, it is easier to make sure that that relationship is in place. We didn't have the benefit of that. We had to work toward those relationships. So I suppose there's pros and cons to both, but from a decision-making perspective, definitely easier, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So this is a much broader conversation. Thanks everyone for your time. Lee, please come forward, and Lee's going to close the proceedings for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I was quite tuned into the conversation. I almost forgot I had to come and do the closing. But I think we ended off on a high note. And I think the conversation really is really an important conversation. And I think what we found over the past 2 days is there's a number of issues and challenges that we're facing that we need to find ways of ventilating in a different context, in a different space, but ultimately it will be important to really look at going into more detail with some of the issues that can just stifle the type of growth that we want to see. So I want to firstly start off by thanking everyone for being here, for staying until the end. We have a number of participants over the past 2 days that traveled from quite far places to be here. I want to thank our partners, UNIDO, the CSIR. I want to thank also the funding institutions and funders that were in attendance, SECO, also in those who are not here, Jeff and the Flanders government partners. I also want to say thank you to all of our speakers that made it possible for us to have a 2-day program and also keep us engaged up until the very end of the second day. And also a thank you to all of our colleagues and our team members that made the past 2 days possible. We have a few points that I want to just highlight in terms of the way forward. Of course, the past 2 days was quite a first for the NCPC in hosting a Sustainable Industrial Spaces Conference. We do look into the future and looking at opportunities and to continue to host this conference. And in terms of what we will be doing in the immediate future going forward, based on the activities that we've shared today, firstly, the attendance was really positive for us. We didn't expect so many people, but we were really happy to have the good attendance. We were able to record all of the sessions and all the presentations, and we will make an effort to have all of the recordings and presentations available on our website. In addition to that, we will be revamping and working on the existing, what is currently seen as the GIPP portal. We will be expanding that and creating a Sustainable Industrial Spaces portal that will accommodate and host all of the different projects that we shared today. And all of the different engagements that we have, all of the roundtable discussions, all of the extended stakeholder workshops, all of the other workshops, including conference sessions like the past 2 days, will be hosted on that portal. And we hope to launch that portal early next year. We will be continuing over the next couple of months to engage with different stakeholders, the industrial spaces, and all of the other stakeholders we had here over the past 2 days. We do want to request and humbly ask that you please indulge us in engaging us when we do knock on your door. We do understand the stakeholder fatigue there might be, but we do see the importance of continuing the discussions we had here. We'll also be doing a specific focus on gender analysis assessments. We will most likely, based on discussions that I've had with some of our colleagues, we might have another gender session just to engage with more people around the importance of the gender analysis and assessment tool, and we'll be using that to engage with different industrial spaces. We'll be launching and establishing a finance working group, particularly around this seed project, but we do believe and we understand that it will be supporting all of the initiatives dealing with industrial spaces and will allow us to engage more extensively and more frequently with all of the different DFIs that's been involved with all of the initiatives, and also to come up with basically a pipeline that we are all aware of in terms of projects that's happening. And lastly, we want to also, and will in the new year most likely, also look at the launching of a community of practice for sustainable industrial spaces. And we hope that a lot of the conversations that were started today and yesterday will be able to capture within that community of practice, and again provide the space for Highveld, for Putarichaba, Itala, East London IDZ, etc., to become part of a community of practice where we can learn from each other and share learnings, as well as new ways of doing what we are all excited to do. So colleagues, with that, I want to thank you again for being here, and we really appreciate your time and your effort. We look forward to seeing you in future. Travel safe. Thank you.